as a terrorist and would be subject to their brainwashing anti-radicalization program, because I think that mass migration, or as we call it here, illegal immigration, is indeed a problem for Western civilization, and for that matter, the culture of this very country. So just call me a terrorist from now on, and Cybertrucks still suck.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA.
And stay connected with all of us
at 630 KHOW.
KHOW.com.
And on the iHeartRadio app.
Tom Martino is next
on Denver's talk station.
630 KHOW.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone. Lifetime warranty and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
Hi, it's Dave Logan. Fed up with jumping through hoops to find a reliable home improvement pro? Choose Team Dave Logan, your local trusted partner since 2009 for an easy, transparent search. We prioritize trust by screening every pro on our team. Unlike other sites, you don't need to share personal information to access our roster. Experience the Team Dave Logan difference with immediate access to top home improvement companies. Your dream project is a click away. Team Dave Logan, where your trusted pro awaits. Visit us today at teamdavelogan.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Do you have a remote cabin or want to live off-grid? Red Rock's Roof and Solar is the only company specializing in these special standalone systems with battery backups and auxiliary generators. With Red Rock Solar, you get sales, installation, and service. Complete solar. Red Rock's Roof and Solar. Locally owned and operated by a veteran. Honesty and integrity. 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
Listen up, Colorado. You can now play Powerball, Mega Millions, and your favorite scratchers right on your phone. That's right. You can now buy and play the scratcher games you love, like Monopoly and $250,000 Gold Rush, right on your phone with Jackpot.com. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million, so don't wait. Tap, scratch, and win right on your phone with Jackpot.com.
I just won $5,000 with mobile scratchers. It's your chance to win real cash prizes.
I love playing scratchers, and Jackpot.com makes it so easy because you can buy your scratchers and play them right on your phone.
Jackpot.com is the greatest thing ever. I can buy scratchers like Monopoly and $250,000 Gold Rush and play them right on my phone.
Don't wait. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million. Go to Jackpot.com and buy and play scratch-off tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I didn't know it when I started in radio, but it turns out that maybe the greatest part of my job is traveling with listeners. We've been to fabulous destinations, and thanks to Cruise and Tour, great guides, incredible itineraries, and all at prices that offer remarkable value for what's close to an all-inclusive trip. Please join me and fellow KOA listeners on a spectacular 11-day, 10-night trip from April 14th to the 24th next year as we visit some of the most storied cities of Central Europe, Vienna, Prague, and Budapest. We'll see gorgeous architecture and castles, experience Mozart in Vienna, learn to make strudel in Bratislava, have wonderful meals together, and make new friends. As with all cruise and tour trips, this includes almost everything: flights, hotels, ground transportation, guides, most meals, and even includes tips. Again, this is April 14th to 24th, 2026, and the pricing is incredible. This trip offers great value and memories for a lifetime. Please learn more at rosstrip.com. That's rosstrip.com.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
We've got a warm one coming up for your Tuesday. Temperatures today going to be warming into the upper 80s by later on this afternoon. Lots of sunshine, and that wind stays pretty light. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with a musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. The issue of the president sending the military to Los Angeles to handle protesters of immigration raids came up at the first of today's 3 congressional hearings for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Congresswoman Betty McCollum, Minnesota Democrat.
Active duty military has absolutely no role in domestic law enforcement, and they are not trained for those missions.
Hegseth responding.
As far as training, all of the units on the ground have been fully trained in their capabilities of what they're executing on the ground.
In a high school shooting in the Austrian city Graz today, 9 people were killed and at least 12 others injured, says the Austrian Interior Minister. Police say the shooter died by suicide in a bathroom in the school. He was a former student of the school and acted alone. Settling a lawsuit for nearly $30 million, Michigan State University and 3 surviving victims of the 2023 mass shooting on campus, say the lawyers. Trade talks continue today. This is ABC News. New Jersey is holding its governor's primaries today. Polling shows Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, a former Navy pilot representing the state's 11th congressional district, leads the Democrats, while former state assemblyman Jack Ciattarelli, endorsed by President Trump, is the Republican favorite. Pretending to be 13-year-olds to create TikTok accounts and review 100 skincare videos on TikTok from girls as young as 7, researchers from Northwestern University. They discovered among the top 25 most viewed videos were several active ingredients that could irritate adolescent skin.
Many of these skincare products deal with adult skin issues. So age-related changes like wrinkles, hyperpigmentation, and dullness to the skin, which kids don't have. So when they use these products, it can really be harmful to their skin barrier.
Dr. Brooke Jeffy, a tween skincare expert. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Denver's National Women's Soccer League team broke ground on its practice facility and temporary stadium yesterday in Centennial. Team owner Rob Cohen.
The work and the preparation starts long before people actually see the game or the performance that actually takes place. So this has been building for years.
It's a project in collaboration with Cherry Creek Schools, providing athletic facilities for district use. Cohen expects the temporary stadium to be ready for the team's inaugural season next March. A former Colorado funeral director has been sentenced to 18 months in prison. Miles Harford was sentenced in Denver District Court. He pleaded guilty to charges of abusing a corpse and theft in April, making a deal with prosecutors to have other charges.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape out here. 225 southbound just north of Yosemite, cutting down the hill past the spillway.
there's a crash. There's some activity in there. It is slow from Parker, but not a real big delay. We're still seeing a little traffic coming up out of the Tech Center, pushing up towards Colorado and University, southbound 25 down from I-76 through downtown to Spear. That's sluggish, along with 270, both directions out of Commerce City, but no major difficulties into the foothills. They may do rock scaling on I-70, closing the highway sometime this morning, currently west on drive out of Golden, Clear Creek Canyon, US 6. That is tied up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems, one local source for cameras, keycards, fire and intrusion, offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit absalarm.com.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only. Or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
So you're redoing your kitchen and bath? Got just the place for you. Below wholesale pricing on cabinets, granite, sinks, faucets, bath hardware, and all kinds of accessories. Buy and build. Great for do-it-yourselfers. Or send your contractor. And another option. Let Buy and Build do it all. Turnkey. Low cost, high quality. Buy and Build. 560 South La Pan. Just west of I-25 on Alameda, then south on La Pan. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net.
Retirement planning doesn't have to be complicated. Tune in to the Exact Wealth Show with John Becker and Sarah Nugent-Knoll of Exact Benefits. Saturdays at 6 a.m. right here on 630 KHOW.
Would you like to get rid of your readers, glasses, and contacts, plus never worry about cataracts? Join Cutarelli Vision's free live webinar tomorrow at noon. Dr. Cutarelli will tell you all about refractive lens exchange. Register now at coloradorle.com.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
The TalkBack mic on our iHeartRadio app is just like your personal direct line to us.
I have John on the line.
Just tap that little microphone while listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, what's going on in your life? Let's talk about it. Everyday aches and pains. The things that make you tick, the things that tick you off. You know, even though we do have discussions having to do with the day's news and politics, it's only as it applies to us in our pocketbook and our life. This show truly can't be defined as just one topic, obviously, but it's all about helping people, and not just helping, but discussing issues before they become an issue. And right now, I can't help but look at the amount of scams. It is flabbergasting. I mean, my God, the amount of scams right now online. There are, especially seniors and young people, there seems to be a gap of sanity in between where they don't get hooked as much. But young people, and I say young people from their mid-20s on to their 40s and then or 30s, and then you have people over 60 getting just taken advantage of. And we're not talking about a few dollars here and there. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, we might not be able to prevent them completely, but we can at least make our listeners wiser. Let's go to the phones, and the number to call all the time if you want to get on the show is 303 Martino, and we'll get you in there. Even if you call after hours, that queue will listen to the voicemail and get you on. You never have to wait. That's 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. Dustin is starting off the fun today, and he's talking about Porter Care. Now, what's going on with you, Dustin? What's happening?
So,
I was in there, admitted to the hospital for a broken bone, and was sitting in the waiting room, took some pictures of my ankle, which clearly you can see it's not bleeding, the bone's not sticking out. The x-ray tech took an x-ray with their mobile device and said, yeah, you have a broken heel, we need more x-rays. So I'm like, okay, great. My mother and sister were there as witnesses in the waiting room. I called them. It was Mother's Day. I was supposed to have dinner with them, or lunch, sorry. So they showed up to the hospital, waited in the waiting room with me, and they called me back to do more x-rays. We don't even go in an x-ray room. My mother and sister go with me, and the x-ray tech just grabs my ankle and starts twisting it, and I say, hey, that hurts. Like, my ankle's broken. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
And instead of just asking me to rotate my leg, he says, well, we need to get this shot, and continues twisting, and then there's a loud pop, and he says, oops. And we look down, and my bone's sticking out of my skin, and I'm bleeding.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. So he is the one that manipulated your leg and caused the bone to pop out?
Yes, 100%.
Now, but the bone was already broken, right? I mean, obviously, the bone was already broken.
Bone was broken. He could have literally asked me just to turn my foot to the outside to get the same angle that he was looking for.
Wow. Okay. So what happened after the bone pops out of the skin? Holy crap! Other than being shocked, what did you do? Did you faint or something? What happened?
I said ow, and then I looked down, and then my foot is bleeding all over the table. I grabbed my phone and took a picture immediately because I was like, I'm going to document this. My mother and sister witnessed it as well. They continued taking their x-rays, and then in the notes, they put that I came in with a compound fracture, saying that it was already popping out of the skin. So time goes, I have to have an unnecessary surgery and deal with the unnecessary pain and suffering, obviously, as well as all the unnecessary drugs, antibiotics, all of that fun stuff that I shouldn't have had to deal with,
right,
because of their negligence.
Now, hold on though. Now you're making some giant leaps. Okay, you're saying that it is possible that you did come in with a compound. I mean, it wasn't through the skin yet, but it could have been a compound fracture just under the skin. You're assuming that they caused the damages. I mean, you did come in with some damage, right? We can agree to that.
The bone is broken. Compound fracture means that it's perforated through the skin.
That's
so
right.
It was not perforated through the skin when I came in.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the conditions for the compounding fracture were all there, and his manipulation caused it to pop through the skin. I get what you're saying. And you went through some other pain that you possibly wouldn't have gone through. So what I need you to do, Dustin, because this is a very complicated case, but with malpractice, because that's what you're talking about, malpractice. The burden of proof,
right.
The burden of proof is such that, now listen carefully, you have to show that the standard of care was not up to the area, the community. In other words, if you're in a third world country, the standard of care is different than if you're at Porter. Okay, so, and you have to show that the direct actions or inactions of a healthcare provider led to the increased pain and suffering, or led to the additional problems, okay? That, in other words, they would not have happened. If that bone was ready to pop through the skin and they just helped it a little, they didn't really cause it. They contributed to it, but they didn't cause it. It wasn't negligent to try to get the bones lined up. Now, I'm not talking about your case. I'm talking about in general. So I want you to tell me exactly what they did wrong and what damages you have.
Twisting my foot. So if you're laying there and your feet are pointing to the ceiling, you can twist your body so your foot would be pointing to the outside.
Right.
If he did not grab and twist beyond the point when I was telling him it hurt, that would have never happened.
Did the break,
even if I was in surgery?
No, I get it. Now, did the break though? The break was already there, right? Or are you saying that it wasn't broken and he broke it?
The break was there. The bone sticking out of the skin was not, and it would not have happened without him twisting beyond where he should have.
Okay. So what are your damages? How long did that visit last in that emergency room?
I had to stay overnight and then have surgery, and then was in the hospital for several days after that because they had to.
But are you saying that was? But Dustin, I'm trying to differentiate. This is clear for everyone listening on malpractice. Let's just get it right out there. You have to show that part of it was due to what they did, and that contributed to it or caused it. If you have pain and suffering with a compound fracture, that's not necessarily malpractice. You are going to have pain and suffering no matter what. What increased pain and suffering did you have as a result of what they did? And what is that increased pain and suffering worth? Or even better, and I don't mean better, but better for the malpractice suit, did they cause any lasting harm as a result of what they did initially? Did they have any, did they cause any lasting harm?
Well, do you think if you had a broken bone and someone twisted it and causes the bone to tear out of your skin, that it's not going to cause more pain?
I know it causes, Dustin, I don't doubt it causes more pain. But that more pain could have been inevitable, that you were going to have more pain when they set the leg anyway. I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to find out which part of this is malpractice. You're going to have pain when you have a fracture of your leg and they're trying to set your leg. I want to know what was negligent. The bone tearing through the skin was terrible, but that's one incident. That incident in and of itself, while it might be a malpractice, it's not actionable, meaning no attorney is going to take a case because bone went through the skin and it was then over with. Now, if bone went through the skin and then it caused some irreparable harm where it could never be repaired properly, that's different. I'm trying to help you come up with something that is either permanent or lasted so long that it made your life miserable. I'm looking for something that's actionable, something that was so excruciating and that was blatantly negligent on their part. Twisting your leg and trying to set your leg was not that. I mean, if he, I'm trying to come up with
they weren't setting my leg.
What's that, Dustin?
They weren't setting.
It is amazing they turned around and charged him for the damage that they did, the additional damage.
Well, that's a different issue. I think we need to get an attorney that deals with stuff like this. Let's get Marco. Dustin, I'm not good at talking about malpractice because it's sometimes I think there's nothing there and sometimes there is. And I'm not a really good arbiter of this. However, I do know this, okay? Malpractice suits are some of the most difficult suits, not just to win, but to even get to the courthouse, because you have to have another healthcare provider look at what was done and say, literally, this was malpractice based on the records, the notes, and what happened. I don't doubt, Dustin, that you were mistreated in a way, maybe because the guy kept twisting and turning and then finally the bone came through. I don't doubt that. But that in and of itself does not constitute an actionable malpractice. But I want to talk to Marco Bendidelli, an attorney, since you called in. I want to get you a hearing from a guy that handles these cases. So hold on. Let's get Marco on, Kachina. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Yeah, this is a terrible case, but malpractice is a very, very tricky area of law. We have more right after this.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies helps you get ready for retirement. One of the ways they do it is through a fixed indexed annuity. If you're tired of the stock market, you don't want to invest your money, you simply want it to sit there and get a guaranteed return, and then eventually you want income for life. Fixed indexed annuities are a tool that can do that. They also help you with other aspects of retirement. rpcenter.com, family owned and operated, rpcenter.com. One thing I do like, when you call them, you can say, here's my situation. What can you do for me? They're happy to tell you what they do and how they do it. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. Fix It 24/7 is into fixing. That's why the name is Fix It. Listen, if you have to have something replaced, they're happy to do it. But first, they want to keep things running tip-top. And the number one killer of ACs, dirt and grime and debris and lack of lubrication, they can take all of that and refurbish your system and get it working for just $39. That's right, $39 special. That would be hundreds and hundreds of dollars elsewhere. So call them and get this special for those who haven't had it done yet, and experience the more efficiency and added life to your system. Fix It 24/7. If you need something, free second opinions on all major replacements. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com, book now. You know, I say, when you have a great company with a great product and great people, that's all you need. And that's what Excel Roofing has. Excel Roofing is an excellently run company. They, from the ground up, first and foremost, consumers are never, ever at risk like they are in 99.9% of the roofing industry, because Excel does not take a penny, not a cent, until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com. Excel as in excellent. EXCEL. You're in control. No penalty clauses, no penalty for changing your mind. They want to earn your business every day. And they have a project manager on your job that sees it right through to the very, very end. And they leave your place immaculate. ExcelRoofing.com. That's the company you want for roofing, where there's never, ever any risk to consumers. 303-761-6400, 761-6400.
Thank you.
Oh, it's you, the Capital One.
We want to bring FEMA down to state level.
That's how it should be. I think Kelly, if you're listening, can you come do my screen when you have time?
Everything working out for everybody?
You're loud today, or someone's loud.
What?
Just checking, make sure everybody's still on, still around.
I'm here.
Yes, 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 yes.
Nice. I want to make sure the Marines haven't gotten to you.
That was awesome, wasn't it?
I don't think Marco is available.
It is, and they said that Newsom would have preferred that the Navy be sent in, because we know how much he likes the deployment of seamen. Yeah.
Yes.
The Navy is just Marine Ubers.
Mm-hmm. I'm embarrassed to even say that I'm from
I can't believe.
All right, Dixie Chicks, take it easy.
That guy twisted his ankle and sent the bone through his skin. That is unbelievable.
This is brutal, man. Take it easy. I'm trying to eat.
You going to that other concert in a few days?
Efforting
at Mile High?
Still a little tough.
Who you talking to?
Everybody. Here we go. Coming back.
Uh-oh.
Gangster.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, I want to talk about this because I think malpractice was one of the most misunderstood things. I'm going to go on to other calls until we get Marco. But the guy was twisting his ankle and stuff. What they try to do with a break is align the bone so they can see what they're dealing with. I don't know if they took x-rays before. I don't know if they took x-rays before they touched him or what they're doing. The fact that the bone went through the skin is serious, and it is extra injury. But did they cause it, or was it inevitable? What you have to show is that it was unreasonable and beneath the standard of care to do what that doc or that whoever was, that nurse did. It was below the standard of care, and it caused additional damage and additional pain and suffering. There is no doubt it caused additional pain when the bone went through the skin. So I want Dustin to know I would be really pissed off too, Dustin. And I agree with you. You go in there with a break, and then all of a sudden they pop the bone through your skin. But what is it, for lack of a better term, what is that worth? That's the problem we come to. We're trying to figure out what is it worth. Mark, did you have comments on it? You were saying something during the break on it.
Well, I feel bad for the guy big time. I can't believe the guy made that big of a mistake on his foot. But I don't see any life-changing events happening here. I don't think an attorney's going to touch it simply because there's no money in it.
You know,
it really does suck, though, that he ended up paying for their mistake. But unfortunately, there's not much to do here. An attorney wouldn't make anything on this.
No, and that's where the problem comes in. I wish there was a level of malpractice, because healthcare providers many times will do a lot of things that, I'm not talking about tiny things. Listen, we got to give people grace, but I'm not talking about the really major things where the attorneys line up to take your case. But it would be nice if there was an equivalent of a small claim you can make for malpractice where you're heard by a panel of judges, let's say, where attorneys aren't allowed, and you simply go in and make some claims and you get small satisfaction. Because let's say Dustin went through some excruciating pain as a result of this bone puncturing the skin, and it was very uncomfortable and it was unnecessary, but it doesn't rise to the level of a malpractice case. It would be nice if there was some kind of forum where these people could be heard, or where the healthcare provider has to answer for this. I'm going to move on, and hold on, Dustin. We're getting an attorney on for you. We're going to try like hell. Right now, I'm going to talk to Bob about a contractor. Bob, welcome to the show. What's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for having me on the show. Last month, on the week prior to the May 24th, I solicited bids from 5 concrete contractors to have some flat work done at our house.
Okay.
And I wound up going with the company. They were not low bid. He seemed the most knowledgeable and communicative at the time, so we went with him. Day one, he came in, and it might be worth noting that all these companies required 50% up front.
Okay.
And which kind of was
yeah.
Not,
hey, Bob, I wouldn't have given 50% up front unless it was when they started. But that's neither here nor there. What kind of concrete work? You didn't say what kind of concrete work were you having done?
I was basically demoing an existing sidewalk in our front yard and then building a footer with a stem wall, and then 3 separate concrete pads or areas with concrete. About 1,000 square feet of concrete in total.
Wow.
They did start that day. There was three of them on the crew with the owner. They started working and again doing the basic dirt prep. He worked for about almost a week and a half on the project. He did do a little bit of dirt work. He demoed the front sidewalk, removed that, but the little issues started popping up. One of the biggest ones was the fact that he didn't really show up with a lot of equipment or tools. So he wound up borrowing my wheelbarrow, my extension cords, my shovels, and other equipment. When he needed the
all right,
jump,
I mean,
the jump,
he gave a bad first. He gave a bad first impression for sure. But let's get to the meat. What happened?
Well, ultimately, we had some disagreements on the work scope. There was a 1 week completion date, which kind of came and went. Then there was some work that was the work he was being done. He was covering up some things that needed to be addressed, and ultimately, my wife and I wound up taking care of it ourselves.
Bob, give me an
He just covered
example.
it all up
You got to give me an example of what you're talking about. Some work that he covered up. What are you talking about?
There was a large cottonwood tree we had cut down a couple of years prior, and there was an extensive root system underneath that existing sidewalk.
Oh.
We didn't know how much until the concrete was removed, and any concrete company is going to tell you there cannot be any organic material left underneath any kind of new flat work that's going to be done. So that had to be removed, and he kind of sort of steered away from the conversation about that. He went ahead and moved forward, compacted all the dirt.
But
right
Bob,
over the top
when you
of the
knew,
existing
Bob, if
roof.
you knew there were roots under this, I'm trying to get a feeling here. Did you just basically let him do what he was doing, or did you say, wait a minute, this root system has to be removed?
I told him that yes, there's very good. Well, you could even tell that there was a root system.
Well, did the
underneath there because
contract
it lifted
did the
sidewalk.
contract address it? Did the contract say we'll remove, or what did it? Why did you let him proceed if you knew it had to be removed?
I was at work, and we had the discussion that as soon as he demos the sidewalk, we need to assess the situation, look at the roots, and see if they need to be removed or not. That in one day he removed the sidewalk and then spread the dirt out and compacted it and called it good.
All
He
right,
said,
Bob.
okay, we're gonna,
so
we're gonna come in
basically, he didn't think it needed to be removed, is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
And I've had other concrete companies come out and assess it since he's left, but and they all agree that the roots needed to come out.
That would have been extra cost to you, or was that in the contract?
It was partially in the contract, but our agreement was that whatever was in there, I would make sure that I took care of removing the root systems. But he didn't allow me the time to do that, and he went ahead and moved forward and just basically covered up a potentially bad situation. Because what would happen is if those roots dissolve in the ground, it can collapse the sidewalk.
I understand. It leaves a void, but that is only for really big root systems. So what ended up happening? Are you getting failed? This was done when you said May, right? In May. So what's happening now? What does the job look like now?
It looked, well, basically on May 31st, Saturday, May 31st, they came out to work. We tried to discuss that and some other situations with the payments and everything and the time frame. We had gone way over schedule. I had to rent the jumping jack compactor for him because he said he didn't have a credit card.
But you're still not telling me. You're telling me a bad experience, but you're telling me a bunch of little things. Did that add up to failure of the job?
Yes, failure of the job. We paid him half, which was $6,000 up front. He's only done about $1,500 worth of work, and he abandoned the job.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Why did he abandon the job?
because he didn't want to discuss the issues that we had concerns about, and he got very upset, very irate, and he said, well, we're just going to have to reschedule, and so tentatively he said that they would reschedule for June 24th.
So you paid him up front, and you got only partial work. Who told you only had $1,500 worth of work?
Two other concrete companies that came out to assess the work that they had done, and they quoted that amount $1,500, maybe $2,000.
Okay, hold on.
Completed.
If he poured any kind of concrete at all, it's going to be more than that. But I think what maybe you're saying is he did the job, but you did not get any value out of it because it has to be redone. Is that what you're saying?
No, there was no final prep work done. There was no forms.
I'm asking you, I'm going to ask this question again. Are you saying that the work that was done is so poor that it has to be redone?
No, yes, it has to be partially redone, and it's incomplete.
Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. No, I gotcha. It's incomplete, and part of it has to be redone. Hold on to that. I'm Tom Martino. More right after this.
Yep.
I'm trying to stay on
This
time, but
is
I got
Denver's
off on that
talk
one.
station with Tom Martino now.
I want you to get off on whatever you want to get off on.
I get off on everything.
Denver.
Are you ready?
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, we're doing real well here in the city. The one delay we do have is construction related. It's up out of Brighton along Highway 85. This is near Bromley Lane. Northbound's been backed up all morning long, in fact, so that will take some extra time. At 270's running a little heavy out of Commerce City. Southbound I-25 down from I-76 into downtown through Spear. A little sluggish there. We're looking better to and from the Tech Center, and 225 in from Parker. Has some slowing left over from a crash on the shoulder near Yosemite. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems. Video business security with expert installation and 24/7 monitoring. Protect what matters. Serving Denver, Boulder County, Northern Colorado, the Eastern Plains, and Colorado Springs. Visit adsalarm.com.
No one ever expects to be charged with a crime, but it can happen, especially with a DUI, speeding, maybe an argument with a neighbor. I'm not going to go through the plethora of things that can happen to you, but I will go through one name, Joe Lazzara, that you can call at any time for free initial consultations. And then if you hire him, it's on a flat rate basis. That's Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. Never shop under pressure. We've done the shopping for you. You can find Joe Lazzara on referralist.com or lazzaralegal.com or 303-429-6200, 429-6200. And that's Joe Lazzara. Now, let's talk about carpet cleaning. Zero Res Denver uses super soft, alkaline-based, purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature. What I love about Zero Res, it doesn't leave anything behind, and it also picks up all the crap from previous cleanings. Your carpets are safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you, and the indoor air quality of your home is even better. You will love Zero Res. I do too. 303-471-5150. Your carpets stay clean longer, dry faster, and no residue. ZeroResDenver.com. How much time do I have, bro?
Nice.
How much time?
3.5
Thank
or
you.
3:20. 3:20.
All right. I'll be right back. Do you want anything?
But Mark's here. You can go lay down if you need. Yeah, whatever.
GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com, and remember to like us on Facebook, GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Heating, cooling, electric, and drains, state plumb line service with quality brands like Carrier. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Martino. I use Plumb Line in my home. Service professionals, 25 years strong, on a mission of excellence, character, and ethics.
Yeah, man.
Since 1998. Online and carry second to the experts. No phone call, no hassle.
Sure, Chopper. Let's do that right now.
Okay. See, when it switches to, commercials, that volume is so loud it kills us.
Yep.
Is that Tom doing it?
Nope.
You?
When he reads them, or these playing right now?
No, when it goes off of Tom.
Hello again.
To
These
Edward.
commercials.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Oh,
think
they're
it's
crazy loud.
extremely loud.
Yep.
Okay.
You are correct, sir.
Thank you.
Here?
Yeah, right here.
What's the dog here?
No. No doc today. He normally doesn't come in on Tuesdays.
He does sometimes.
Pretty rare. Well, thanks.
I have an interesting text here I saved for you. So what I wanted to say is,
Ah.
That's not bad.
Actually,
Thank you, Kelly.
I actually need to call that doctor back.
Yeah. Try to get.
Well, because it still makes me nauseous.
See,
like for a day.
Mine, they all say that, but I haven't got that.
Yeah, and I thought it was more like in the very beginning when
Yeah.
your body's adjusting. But I took one Saturday and I got up yesterday and it's just nauseous.
Shannon says that's normal, that loudness. Boy, but I
haven't heard that before.
No.
All right, here you go.
AgentWealth.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. By the way, Dan McKenzie is with us too. And Dan McKenzie is McKenzie Law, estate law, and I do have some text for him. Bob wants to weigh in on that issue, with the contractor. Bob, go ahead. Bob is with LEM Landscaping on a referral list. And let me just sum this up, okay? This job is just basically a bad job. Bob doesn't like it. He had words with the contractor, and the contractor walked off the job. What Bob is upset about is he didn't get the value for what he paid, and that could end up in small claims court, or we can try to call him. Now, who's ever moving stuff around? Is that you, Bob? Can you kind of get to a quieter place, or what? What's going on?
Hold on a minute, Tom. Let me put my window up.
Yeah,
okay, Tom.
you.
So and you brought it up. Here's what I want to tell people. You and I have this conversation throughout the year several times. He got exactly what he paid for, even though he didn't get it. $12 a square foot based on his measurement is the kind of work you're going to get. Okay. You asked him about stuff in the contract. In our contract, every single thing is wrote down. Tree roots, we tell him we will take them out as long as it's not a main root that will affect something, which it never does. But from what I can tell, he's blaming the contractor for what he thinks he's done wrong, but he didn't do his job right either. Okay? He's saying, I didn't get the lowest bid, but I went with it. Well, I guarantee he didn't see if the guy was registered Secretary of State. I guarantee he didn't say he got him off for you, because I never got a call from him. So here's what people need to understand. I'm going to say it again. When you get a contract bid, I don't care if you're Irish or not, you should have us out so we can tell you how it should be done. We have them approve the forming, we have them approve the road base, we have them approve the rebar, we have them, we give them
now, Bob,
fiber mesh for free, we give them a coating.
Bob.
But what I'm saying is this contractor didn't do his job right.
Bob, consumers don't always know what they should get. So when you said he didn't do his job, a lot of consumers rely on the expertise and trust of the contractor. I mean, they don't always know, and they should, right. By the way. I do believe one of the things I've always said about being a consumer is doing research for the project at hand to find out at least a little something about it. But the bottom line is this. He said he didn't get his money's worth, and the guy walked off the job. No matter what, there's got to be some kind of an adjustment here. But I agree with you, Bob. I do agree with you.
But that's
should
why you should never pay up front.
For what they're. I'm sorry, Mark. What'd you say?
Well, it just goes to show again. That's why you don't pay up front. If he didn't pay this guy up front, instead pay him as he goes, which is fair, he wouldn't be in this circumstance now.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So, and Bob, thank you. And what Bob is saying is true. I have this thing about, I call it amen. I'm not going to go through it, but I use those letters, A-M-E-N, amen, to remind you of things. And one of those is education. When you have something done, you don't have to be an expert, but you should at least bone up on the industry for that job, like what is expected. And what you're going to find is what I call a thread of truth. As you research, you become smarter on that topic. Now, you may, after getting your driveway done or a walkway, you may never read about it again. So what? But for that job, you become a mini expert. You look at things, so at least you have some knowledge. Going in as a complete virgin requires too much trust, and the contractors will take advantage of your lack of knowledge. Again, you don't have to be an expert, but you need to know, as Bob said, do you need base? Do you need this? Do you need that? How should it be formed? When should it be poured? All of that stuff. You should at least bone up on it a bit. Now, let's talk Kachina. Did we have any luck trying to get Marco Bendinelli, attorney at law, for that possible malpractice?
We have not. I have reached out to him, and I do have Dustin's contact information.
Okay, so let's try to get him back on later if we can get a hold of him.
Then we can. Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Bob, as far as this goes, I'm going to assign this to someone. Who do we have in the studio today with Mark? Do we have...
We have Deputy Dollar and Deputy Chopper.
Deputy Chopper, what about taking a stab at this contractor and seeing if he thinks there's an adjustment that should be made? I mean, he obviously... look at we're never going to make this situation right. Bob has no faith in him. I don't blame him. And what he probably should do is get some kind of an adjustment if he paid too much. Let's start there, okay? If in fact
I can do it.
Yeah, and if in fact the guy doesn't agree, then we take it from there. But let's see if he will refund some of the money at least. 303-713-8255. Andrea, what is your question or your issue with auto insurance?
Yes.
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's going on with your auto insurance?
Okay. So, on February 20th, I was at McDonald's and I was waiting to go through the drive-up, and I inadvertently rolled forward and bumped a guy in front of me. He got really, really upset. We pulled off to the side, and I realized that my insurance had lapsed at midnight that night. I was a little bit behind on my insurance due to financial constraints. And we ended up calling the police, and they did a police report. And
wait. This was on private property on McDonald's, and they still did a police report?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
And,
so your auto insurance lapsed. Did you get a ticket for that?
I did.
Okay.
I did get a ticket for that. So then I took a lot of pictures. I had a witness look at the other vehicle. There was no damage to that vehicle. And now I am basically, they sent me to collections for $1,052. They're
okay. That's easy. That Andrea, I'm going to tell you something. A bump or a tap on a bumper will never be less than $1,000. You're getting off very cheap. If now, how fast were you going? About 2 miles an hour?
I wasn't even going 2 miles an hour. I just rolled forward.
And when you hit his bumper, where did it hit the bumper? In the center or on the left or right?
Well, it never even hit his bumper. I rolled into his receiver hitch, which hit my license plate.
Oh,
bracket.
so wait a minute. So
And-
you didn't even get to the car. You just hit the receiver.
Right, and I have a perfect indentation of his
I get you.
receiver hitch in my license
He
plate.
then what is he having done for
anyway-
What is he having done for $1,000? What did he say was damaged?
Herein lies the problem. His insurance company refuses to provide me with the repair bill and
What?
proof that the repairs were done. Yeah, they absolutely refuse. I've asked over the phone. I've written them a letter. I've sent them registered certified mail letters. Now it's come down to
That's weird.
They're going to suspend my license.
Well, they don't
And
have
the only
they
way
don't
I
have the
can-
power to suspend your license. The problem is this: the fact that you did not have insurance is the problem. But that party can't suspend your license. What they're going for is what's called reimbursement. And then if the court orders reimbursement and you don't pay it, then your license can be suspended. But they don't just go straight to suspending your license. So has the court ordered you to make reimbursement?
There hasn't been anything as far as court is related, but I have a letter from the Colorado Department of Revenue saying that I have to, I had to get SR22 insurance, which
Right.
I added to
Right.
my insurance because I had insurance within
No, I get
8
it.
hours of the little bump.
The state is requiring
And
an
that's-
SR22.
I
That's
have
very common.
Right, and they're requiring me to fill out a promissory note to pay off the damages, but nobody.
All right, hold on a second. We'll come right back. We got to figure this one out.
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Oh, at 51, we got to. I mean, you'll still have a minute.
No, man, I'm sorry.
It's construction related. It's up
What do you mean we have to? Who are you trying to impress, Mark?
northbound's been backed up all
Right.
in fact, so that will take some extra time. At 270's running a little heavy out of Commerce.
You're running for Miss America there, Mark?
Into downtown through Spear, a little sluggish there. We're looking better to and from the Tech Center, and 225 in from Parker. Has some slowing left over from a crash on the shoulder near Yosemite. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you want to destroy woke culture, you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Okay, we just heard about an accident. You know, we hear about accidents all the time. Some of them have injuries. And if you get into an accident, you have a ton of questions and concerns. And John Fuller will answer them free of charge with no obligation. He's a personal injury attorney. He'd love to represent you, but there is no obligation. That's why he puts himself out there to answer your questions. At the first sign of trouble with injury, call him, 303-597-4500. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. He even gives you his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. 303-597-4500. The Art of Granite is in the business of countertops. Let's just put it that way. And they can do granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, slate. They can do any kind of natural stone or man-made material, and they'll give you prices on the phone. They tear out and haul away free, wholesale on all countertop materials, and they always have incentives that they love to give people, like free backsplashes or edge treatments or free vanity when you have the kitchen done. Get your price right now, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. You want to be a landlord? A lot of people do. And what they want to do is not have the headaches. So first of all, Vestera Turnkey is an operation that helps you become a landlord. They pick a market that is hot for equity and great rents, and they help you acquire a home. They also help you manage that through a management company, and they help you sell the home, all for great returns, and they have stats to show it. If you want to be a landlord and you don't want the hassle, check out mybigestreturn.com. mybigestreturn.com.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, if I want to be a landlord, but specifically of an S&N club,
Yes, you
would I have
can
to
be. Yes, you can.
extra paperwork? Okay.
No extra
Certainly.
paperwork.
No, certainly the janitorial costs would be exorbitant.
Got a group messages come in?
Yeah.
I got to put these questions down before I
Down
forget.
the high school yearbook picture.
Yours?
Yeah.
You guys both went?
He's younger than I am, but
What's the high schools in Southwest Denver?
Kennedy High School.
Your readers look different.
I never considered that Southwest.
He's in 4K.
Who are we talking about?
Well, I know it is
You.
on the map. But,
Me?
North Denver's
Yeah,
northwest,
Mark, are you
no
talking about his
problem.
glasses? Looking different?
Yeah, I am.
So remember, Mark, you got the helm tomorrow. I got the fun. I'm going to have all kinds of fun.
Fun, fun, fun.
He gets the gold mine, you get the
So
shaft.
your daddy took the T-bird away. You looking at the picture of Scott?
Where's that?
They don't have
Dollar's
video.
yearbook picture. Look in your text.
Okay.
Mark, I was talking about the concert tonight.
What concert tonight, sir?
You going to
Coldplay or something?
Coldplay?
No, we just saw Coldplay.
I saw the same thing.
I don't know what we're going to do with Andrea. She's going to have to pay something.
Do you want compass?
No, I think we need somebody. See, this is not about insurance so much as it is the legality of collecting on something, and she wants to validate it.
Well, it doesn't even matter at this point. The court system gave her $1,100, and basically she
I
needs
wonder
to
how
pay
that
it.
was assessed, though. That's what I'm wondering. How do you think it was assessed, Mark?
I don't know. But apparently it was.
How do you spell it?
Can you imagine you hit somebody the day it lapses? That sucks.
I wonder if there's a grace period. Maybe we do need compass.
That was Kelly's idea.
There's no grace period.
No? Okay.
Kelly.
So why go to Vegas if they were here?
I was ignoring you. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't ignore me. I can be much worse.
I wonder if they got any flooding. You know, that Parker or that Franktown area got flooded.
Did?
Yeah, Castlewood Canyon.
Okay, coming back.
Radio app today.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, here's what I think's going on, and then I'm going to go to Daryl and Nancy. You have questions on reverse loans, but Andrea right now. Andrea, here, I need to know something. I'm confused about your case. When was this assessed? Did you ever have a hearing at all, ever?
No.
Okay.
No, they're basically, they have me over a barrel. They're going to suspend my license unless I sign a promissory note.
That's called reimbursement. Okay. And by the way, restitution, I mean. And here's what the courts do. If you get into an accident, without a license, without insurance, they require you to get the SR22, but they also require you to make restitution. So that party must have submitted documents showing that they need restitution. If you don't pay it, your license will be suspended. So here's what I recommend you do. You have to pay it, or you're not going to get out of it, okay? The courts have determined that you have to make restitution. You can go back after him after that in small claims court and make him prove that he had the damages. But I'm telling you, almost anything at all is going to cost $1,000. I would leave it like it is. There's nothing else we can do for her. I'm not assigning it to anybody. Okay.
Okay.
Dan, coffee. Okay. And what do you want to? Oh, you can take a walk.
Okay, Andrea, that's all we can do for you. Good luck.
No.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
This is why the media sucks. This is not a boost of these approaches. They got away with this in 2020. And let's be real, the core issue of this entire thing is that you're mad at Donald Trump for doing his job, which is following the law. The legal people that are here illegally.
I even posted my picture.
Yeah.
When I go to the reunions, that's the one they always give me when I get to the event.
This is not a protest, just so we're clear. The rioting and violence against law enforcement that U.S. military generally taking place in Los Angeles. That's not happening. They're nowhere near what's mentioned on TV. That's 100% a Democrat thing. Any national security like we have had opposition since people met now still waiting for Democrat leadership to denounce the violence. But no, they're blaming the cops and U.S. military for causing the problem.
At a House budget hearing today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the troops are trained in crowd control. In London, high-level talks continuing between U.S. and China delegations for a second day as the countries try to carve out trade deals. And severe storms are leading a trail of destruction from parts of the south to northeast today. High winds and tornado damage along with flooding reported. This is ABC News. Nearly 3 weeks since 10 men, including some convicted of murder, broke out of jail in New Orleans. 2 are still on the run.
One of the 2 remaining fugitives has apparently posted to Instagram proclaiming his innocence and insisting that legal analyst Jerry Ransom says Masson isn't doing himself any favors.
Imagine a scenario where that type of information that he is posting on the run, acknowledging that he left the facility, that it would help.
The 8 inmates who escaped with Masson on May 16th have all had
There, I gave it to her.
charges added to their rap sheets. Jim Ryan.
There you go.
If you asked me my voice, I wouldn't know. I'd have to look.
Right, I have to look it up sometimes.
Yeah, go into the contacts.
'Cause I get my 2 younger boys, confused all the time.
Yeah.
If elected, yours is University of Alabama, Birmingham. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Okay, so Sarah, I'm dropping you off at Emily's.
Yeah.
And Josh, you're going to
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What? No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm gonna do my dad dance for all you friends. They'll love it.
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of...
I didn't understand those Wago cards.
Oh.
How about telling them to move? If I was...
Yeah, because they can control them.
Yeah, if I'm in the command center and... Yeah, if I'm in the command center of Wago...
Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
Yeah, it's like send them a go home message. You know?
Hi, Joe.
Those
How are
are
you?
Barn.
They said they were Jags.
They are.
Yeah.
I've
I've
got
been
it
in
all
one.
set up. We're
Gotta
going to
be a
be
few
on
bucks.
for the next spot, so just hang on for me, and I'll get you right
Well,
up,
there ain't
okay?
amazing at getting out of trouble.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they should just say, go back to the barn.
So we'll see what happens. You know, I'm telling you, I have never once, except in the very beginning of my career, did people ever ask me where I went to school, or do they care? I mean, later, the more you get into your career, the least that matters.
Mike
So anyway, I lost 40 pounds with that.
Hi, John. It's Kelly over at the Martino Show.
I
We have a question on
What's that? Yeah. Yeah, how do you know? I am. I'm supposed to bulk up a little, but I'm doing the best I can. I'll order lunch if you want. Let's just figure out what we want. I'll go on here and order. I need to order anyway, and I do this almost every day. I love it.
I wondered is that a blue light that tells people that they're in progress driving them, or did you see them?
No, I've ridden in one.
Oh, they have a big.
So
blue light
I really redid the lighting cameras. They really
Or
look
is that
good.
radar?
It's a really good looking shot too. Let me see what yours looks like. Look,
Maybe
see how nice
top
that looks. It's really nice looking.
Yeah, because it looked like a blue light. I didn't know. I thought maybe there were ISIS cars at first.
You got the new filter on that camera, the style over substance filter. Is that
Yes,
what that is?
that's exactly what it is.
Exactly what it is.
Awesome. That's a good one.
Who is this? Oh, that's Bo. Bo sent a picture of himself.
Hopefully not inappropriate.
Oh, Bo sent a picture of himself.
I want to take a picture.
All right.
I don't think I have mine in here.
Hey, Mark, do you have the camera on? No, he doesn't. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. Today I have Dan McKenzie with me from McKenzie Law. Of course, phone calls take priority. We'll get to your phone calls. But Dan, I have a text that's very interesting. And it asks, here's what it says. They are positive there was a will involved. Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law, does estate planning and stuff like that. They were positive there's a will. The dad referenced the will often. They can't find the will. What do you do in a case like that when you have 4 siblings, a dad that passed away, the mother's already gone, and he referenced a will, talked about a will? They suspect maybe this one older sibling might have the will, but is not disclosing it. But for all intents and purposes right now, it's missing.
Okay.
What do you do?
Yeah, unfortunately, the court
presumes if you're not able to produce the original will, not just a copy, the original, that the reason you can't do it is because it was destroyed. So, and that's possible, right? This guy could have been talking about it for years.
So you proceed as, what do they call it, intestate?
Yes, you could open a probate, say it's a formal probate, and then ask the court to issue some sort of order. But I would probably start with a letter to all the siblings that just explains the statute in Colorado that says if you are in custody of a will and you do not lodge it with the county court within 10 days, you might have a problem on your hands if that failure to lodge causes someone to lose money that they would have gotten.
But so what do you do, though? So it goes as if there is no will first, right? Since there is no.
I mean, yeah. So that's the question: is why? I mean, who thinks that there was a will that was beneficial to them?
They all remember the dad talking. They didn't talk about the beneficial. And again, I'm only going by this text, but they say that they all agree there was a will. He mentioned the will, but they can't find the will.
I mean, I guess really the first question is there a probatable estate here? What did he have? Did he have real estate? Did he have $86,000 worth of
Yeah,
stuff?
and I don't know that part, but let's assume he had a big estate or a medium estate and it needed to go through probate, but they can't find the will. Is there a such thing as a temporary settlement and then they readjust it if they find the will?
Yeah, I mean, I'd proceed intestate and see what, just go through that process and then, like I say, notify everybody who might have custody of a will that, hey, look for this thing.
Is there a penalty for not bringing forth the will?
If it damages somebody, it's kind of back to our med mal discussion, right?
Right.
You can have all these bad things happen, but if there's no damages, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, let's say they settle things and later on a will is discovered. Can you actually go to court and have things readjusted?
I mean, obviously it's hard. Yes, sure. But, is the money already spent?
Right.
Driving around.
So there's nothing you can do in most. The practical answer is you can do it, but you may never get paid.
That's always a problem with litigation.
Yeah, that's a problem. And so people, here's the biggest problem I have found with estates, that they can't put their hands on a will readily, or the person who has the will, other people don't trust that the will is valid. So if I were you, I would make copies. I don't know, maybe this is bad advice, Dan. I was saying have each heir have a copy of the will. Is that a bad idea or a good idea?
I mean, the problem is you just have to remember who you gave it to, and if there are changes, I mean, that creates issues, right? If some people have inconsistent copies, it's going to be a problem. So you just create potentially a hassle if you want to update things.
And then the original will is what takes precedent, right?
Yes.
How do you tell if something's original? Do you mark it original?
I mean, yeah, that's why we try and sign things in color and stuff like that.
Oh,
Those
okay,
printers
okay.
are getting better at replicating.
And do you need notaries for those signed signatures?
So technically under Colorado, you either need two witnesses or a notary. I will tell you that Denver probate court, if one of those is missing, they're going to make you go through the formal process. So for us, we always do both two witnesses and a notary.
Oh, do both. So you do two witnesses plus a notary.
Yeah.
So you're having three witnesses to this signature.
Basically, yeah.
All right, let's talk to Daryl and Nancy. Hello, Daryl and Nancy. Whoever wants to take it, take it. What's going on?
Hi, this is Daryl.
Yes.
And my wife is looking for information more than anything else. We're well into our retirement. We're living in a house that we like very much. But as the costs are going up and as our income is going down, we're getting into some things that we want to look at. And we've looked at things like second mortgages and reverse mortgages and maybe selling the house and downsizing. And we're struggling as to what to do and where to go for some advice. We've talked to a couple different mortgage companies, both for second mortgage and reverse mortgage, and obviously they're trying to sell something. Some time ago,
Daryl,
a month or so
Daryl,
ago,
I have
my
a
wife
few
said
questions
she
for
heard-
you. Daryl, I have a few questions for you. How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you and your wife?
We're in our middle to late 80s.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is how is your house paid for?
No, it's not. We're about halfway through the payments on it.
Well, I don't know what that means. So how much is owed on the house?
Well, we owe just under $500,000, and the house is worth over $900,000.
Okay, so you have about $400,000 in equity.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're thinking about a reverse loan, and that's not a bad situation for your age. I would not get a second loan. They're not set up for what you want to do. Do you need money right now? Is that what you're looking for? Are you looking for income?
Not so much. Well, I guess the answer would be yes to some extent, or to cover some of the bills and stuff that we've accumulated. If we got rid of those, then we'd probably not have to.
What kind of bills? What kind of bills have you accumulated?
Oh, mostly credit card over time.
How much do you have in credit card debt?
Well, I guess more than I'd like to admit. I'm not sure I want to.
How much? I mean, I'm trying to get a snapshot here about how much do you have in credit card debt?
25 to 30,000.
Okay, and here's the most important question: do you have to go to your credit cards every month in order to make your bills? Are you depending on credit like a second income, or can you pay your bills? Let's say you got rid of the credit card debt. Could you pay all of your bills on your existing income?
I think so, yes.
Okay, what is your income?
Well, it's just Social Security, and we both have Social Security.
Do you guys have any investment accounts?
No, that's the issue. My investment account has finally run out, and that's why we're starting to get into a bind.
Yep. And then do you have any savings of any kind?
Yeah, yes, we do.
How much in savings?
And we're trying to about 200,000, and
okay.
we're trying not to go into that.
No, and I understand that completely. Now, what I think, if you were my parents or my brother or sister or whatever, here's what I would suggest, and I'm going to go to our expert on the line on reverse loans. But because you're in your mid-80s and you have a home with about $400,000 in equity, you would be able to get a good line of credit that could accrue on your house. You never have to make a payment. You never have to leave your home. And you can use the line of credit when you need it. You don't have to. It's not forced on you. It's there for emergencies. But what I would suggest is that what you do is that you use your income and you pay off your monthly bills and not use credit cards anymore, but use this line of credit instead. Now, I'm going to bring up John Clace. John is with CMG Mortgage. Now, that's a mortgage banker. They are the ones that do the actual loans, and he works for them. And it's direct lending. And, John, you guys do reverse loans. Is that right?
We do. We do a lot of reverse loans. We do help people out. And
now, don't you think they're in a good position?
Years old, correct?
You think they're in a good position?
Well, I ran some of the numbers just kind of while we're on the phone, and at 84, so basically, what is your monthly mortgage payment right now? I mean, what is that about? Your current monthly mortgage?
28 PITI.
Wow.
Because realistically, with these numbers, the house is worth 900 and you owe 5. A reverse mortgage, you're going to be able to, but it's really just going to pay that mortgage off. You're not going to get much more than that.
Okay, but that'll do him some good because he doesn't have to make another payment.
Tax-free. Don't have to pay the... Correct, and that's tax-free. It's tax-free. But he gets rid of that payment, and that can help get rid of all your other debts and loosen up your lifestyle. But
do you think he can squeeze? Do you think he can squeeze enough out to pay off his loan and then maybe have some to pay off the credit card, or do you think he's right on that limit there?
Yeah, I mean, well, he wouldn't tell us what his credit card is, but I'd say pay that off and maybe squeeze out about another 30,000 or so.
That's what he's
I'm not
talking
sure what
about.
your
He
debts
was
are.
talking about
Credit
30,000.
cards, but
So Daryl, what we're talking about is this. If you use your home and get a reverse loan, it does away with your first deed of trust or your first mortgage. It does away with it. It's gone. So now you save $2,800 a month right there. You save $2,800. Didn't you say your payment was $2,800?
Yeah, but he still has insurance and taxes, which are probably $800 to $1,200 of that easily.
Probably around $700 to $800.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not going to be. So but think about this, Daryl. If you were able to get that mortgage done, you don't have to pay on it. And all you have to pay are taxes and insurance, and then he can squeeze enough out to pay off those credit cards, you'd be in a good position. You'd be in your home free and clear for all practical purposes. I mean, free and clear. It's actually eating up your equity, but you can stay there the rest of your life. But what happens? We got to take a break. And I want to know what happens when you have two people. Who do you qualify with? And will one have to move when the other one dies? We'll talk about that and more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com.
I'm going to do John Fuller
Great cash
first.
Incentives or special financing rate.
And then Mark can
0%
take this
APR
other
with
one.
48 equal monthly payments with approved.
Well done. You got it.
800-362-8370.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and he gives out information free of charge. And that may sound like a little thing, but it's not. You know, when you call to get a personal injury attorney, they want to sign you up. But what if you said, I want to talk to the attorney, I have questions first? That'll be difficult, but not with Fuller. John Fuller will talk to you up front without you ever hiring him or any obligation and answer all of your questions about the injuries. Who pays? When do they pay? How do they pay? What is it worth? What do I do next? And then if you're comfortable and you want to hire John, it's on a percentage fee basis. He even gives his clients his cell phone number so they can be in constant contact when they are concerned. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Give him a call at the first sign of trouble when you need information the most. 303-597-4500, 597-4500.
Thank you.
Joe Chiano, mymoney.myway.com. Joe, thanks for joining us today. The bottom line is, I see up on the screen you want to talk about being happy and not worrying. What do you mean by that, Joe?
Well, you know, there's a lot of people, Mark, that their investment accounts or their retirement accounts run out of money before they pass away.
Yeah.
You know, so the whole idea about being happy during retirement is to have a guaranteed paycheck coming in each and every month for the rest of your life. This is what creates certainty. And people like to have certainty at retirement. They don't want to be, all of a sudden with no money because their
And it
account
gets
ran
rid
out.
of. And honestly, having part of your portfolio in an annuity gets rid of a lot of anxiety when you do retire, because not only would you get, say, Social Security, maybe a pension from a company, but now you're looking at guaranteed money in the form of an annuity. And what's really cool about the product you guys have, let's say you have $200,000. The second you get that annuity at $200,000, you're actually working with $230,000 immediately, and that can sit there and grow. Then when you pull that trigger to start taking that guaranteed income as you retire, you can't get any better than that. It's guaranteed, and you cannot lose your principal.
You cannot. And on top of that, the annuity that you're talking about also has long-term care benefits, which is really an important thing to have.
It is so important to have long-term benefits nowadays. It is so expensive. In the state of Colorado for long-term care, it could easily be $10,000 a month, and with that annuity, not only do you get that 15% bonus to work with, but on top of that, you can't lose a nickel ever. And if something does happen to you, that long-term benefit kicks in. Joe, I appreciate you coming on as always. People,
you bet.
Call them up, ask the questions, ask the numbers, have them run the numbers. There's nothing to lose. MyMoneyMyWay.com. That's MyMoneyMyWay.com.
Very little personnel that's linked. No, you can't. No, you can't do that either. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Skip. I mean, I feel for you. I'm sure there's some people that are probably a little bit pissed off. But I'm sorry. But I gotta get back to the show. So thanks for calling again. Okay. All right. Bye.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-0466. That's 844-31-RHINO or RhinoShield CO.
Okay, back to the food. That's the important thing.
Not to eavesdrop, but it sounds like you and Adam really went above and beyond with Skip.
With who?
Kelly was dealing with some sort of thing about Echo Star.
Called in about Air TV, and Adam tried to help him. He called back. There's nothing we can do. No engineers are employed anymore. Adam got laid off. He was the head of Air TV.
Of what TV?
If you strip down to your bare feet and
Air TV.
Air TV.
Air, as in the air. What do you feel like?
Yep. That I breathe.
Have you? Now, don't.
We did.
You weren't on the call. It was horrific. Adam came on and tried to help this guy.
Tom's not listening. He's ordering food.
Okay, cool.
Well, it depends.
That works even better.
Yep.
Some people hate it. Some people, but no. They don't hate the food. They hate the tacos. I love them because they're greasy.
Oh
They
my
soak
God.
through the shell.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to get. But I'm not going to get that unless you can find something.
I don't even know if you were on that call that
I
day.
heard about it because I remember you involving Adam in it because of his position there.
The tacos. That's it. That's all I'm going to
Well,
get. And if you
we
can
have
find
like
something
8
that-
of them still in our fucking garage.
Okay, let's come back.
Look and let me.
Doctor.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. You know, reverse loans are a very useful tool. They really are. They're not for everyone, just like any financial instrument. It depends on your situation. But when you have equity sitting there and you're in your mid-80s, now, John Clace, does that open them up for about 40% of the like the older you get, the more equity you can take. So let's say you have a house that's paid for.
Right.
You have a house that's paid for and it's worth $800,000. How much, what is the most you'll ever get of that equity? 50%?
Yeah, 50, some programs 50, 55 about top if you're up there in the
But
80s,
you got to be in your
80s if
mid to
you're down
high
at-
80s, right? To get that much, you have to be to your mid to high 80s.
Correct.
Okay. So someone who
If
is
you're in your 60s,
Yeah.
go ahead, Tom.
No, I'm listening. Tell me the different categories.
Somebody in so somebody in their 60s, you're going to be looking at 38, 40%. You go there. Once you get up towards the high 60s, early 70s, it's about 45%. And then once you get, to that 80 mark, you can start looking at that 45, 50% mark.
So what you were saying about
now-
Daryl and Nancy is if they're in their mid 80s and their house is worth about 900, the most they're ever going to get is about 450.
Well, I ran the numbers actually with them being 84 while we were on the phone, and it came out. It's one of the proprietary products came out where we could get them about $530,000.
Oh, that's excellent. So if they get 530,
500.
yep, and they can pay off their credit cards.
Exactly. So yeah, that's kind of our max. It's called our max product that does that on some of that. Reverses are interesting. I talked to a guy the other day. He called me from your show, and he's 61, and he's like, well, I don't know if it'll work, but they'll actually go down to age 55 these days with some of these products, type deal.
Again, the idea is the older, the more you get, and you have to pay off your first with a reverse loan. So whatever your first is, that gets paid net first. And then after that, after paying your mortgage off, if there's any cash left over, you can take that cash, what I recommend, in a line of credit, which means you don't have to take it unless you need it. And when you need it, you can write yourself a check. And you can even pay your taxes and insurance out of it, right?
You can. Yeah. Another thing people don't realize on reverse mortgages, if you feel like it, you can always make a mortgage payment, same like a first. And
Right,
it just
of course you
stops
can.
growing.
You're
If you
right,
want.
John. People
Like
don't
people,
often
yeah.
think about that. But really, if you're in Daryl and Nancy's position, why would you make a payment? I mean, I know a lot of parents bend over backwards to try to preserve their equity for their kids, and I say, the hell with your kids. If you've worked your life. You worked your whole life. You don't have to preserve your equity. You can live off of it. What I want to ask Daryl or Nancy, do you have any questions for John? Because we would refer you to him. He'll take good care of you. You'd be able to pay off your first, save that $2,800 a month, plus pay off your credit cards. I mean, think about how much money you would have every month if you didn't have to pay a mortgage and you didn't have to pay for the credit cards. Think about that. Do you have any
Well,
questions?
that's certainly a benefit.
Yeah.
I get, the other question I have is, would it make sense to take some money out of our savings to pay off some of the debt?
Well, that's a personal choice. I always say this: if your savings are sitting there making 2 and 3%, and you're paying out monthly on high interest of 14 to 18 to 25%, of course it pays, because for every dime you pay off, you're saving that interest. That's why I always say, if you're looking to build financial wealth or health, what you need is to get rid of high interest debt. And right now, you have 30 or 40,000 or 20 or 30,000, whatever it is, it's too much. How much do your credit card payments come to every month?
Oh, somewhere around $1,200-$1,400.
Yeah, think about this.
Yeah, all that's going to change though. If you took that $30,000, paid off those credit cards, you have the reverse mortgage, you're going to be basically making $24,000 more a year in cash flow.
Mark,
and by the way, I
they're
do
gonna
want to say
save,
this
Mark,
to you, Daryl.
They're going to save $4,200 a month, $4,200 a month.
Yeah, and the other thing, though, Daryl and Nancy, is if you are truly just in a savings account, that's kind of crazy. If you want to keep it liquid, that's great, but there's different vehicles out there through Schwab or even through Wave 8 or somewhere where they can invest that and easily make you 5%, and it's liquid the next day.
Yes. So
Okay, that's something we should look at.
Yes, I think what you first look at is you talk to John Clace about a reverse loan. I'm really serious. Now listen to this. Once you pay off your mortgage and you're saving that $2,800 a month, now you can decide, how do I want to pay those credit cards? Do I want to take it out of savings, or do I want to take it from my line of credit? I personally would not touch my savings except for what Mark said. Maybe put it in nothing risky, but put it in something that can at least grow better than a savings account. And there are even a money market or a CD. But what I would definitely do is talk to John, partnerinlending.com, about a reverse loan. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. And how long, I'm just curious, how long have you guys been married?
59 years.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Congratulations.
What's the secret?
Sometimes
Jack
keeping my
Daniels.
mouth shut.
The secret is knowing when you're wrong, which is most of the time, and your wife is always right. That's right. If you keep that in mind, I have a shirt that says, "If at first you don't succeed, do what Stephanie told you to do to begin with." And so you ought to get a shirt like that with Nancy on it. Yep. Thank you very much for calling. And John Clace, I really appreciate this. And you talk about reverse loans and what I'm confused about something. Not confused in a bad way, but I'm glad to hear there are more offerings. If you could hold on, I want to ask about some of these so-called proprietary products or different kinds of loans. I thought they were all government-backed, reverse loans. And you talked about private loans. I want to talk about that right after this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255, waterpros.net. You need to start thinking about drinking water. There is no safe drinking water when it really comes down to forever chemicals, plastics, and chlorine. And you can get a system in your home from Water Pros. Great people. The lowest prices on the best systems. $39.95 will get you everything in your home for your water. That's waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, we're still in good shape on the highways. We've had a few slow spots. We had some police activity southbound 225 at Alameda. It seems to be gone now. There was a big backup, but it's starting to move a little bit better. 270 still slow west up to Vasquez. I-70 to the east side, we've had some slowing along with Pena. The I-25 south into downtown, a little sluggish, although we're good in and out of the tech center. Do have some construction again out of the Wheat Ridge area affecting Wadsworth between 38th and I-70. It's road widening. It's been underway for over a year. But with lane restrictions, we're still seeing a tie-up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems. Video business security with expert installation and 24/7 monitoring. Protect what matters. Serving Denver, Boulder County, Northern Colorado, the Eastern Plains, and Colorado Springs. Visit adsalarm.com.
I love when a company goes to your home with the idea of fixing things and making them last and giving them a lease on life. And that's what Fix It 24/7 does, hence the name Fix It. If it's plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical drains, they want to fix it. And right now they have a $39 deep clean tune special for your AC. They take that dang thing apart to the extent they can. They spread out all the parts. They clean each and every part. They get rid of dirt and grime, the number one killer of AC. They add efficiency and life to your system. And it's just $39 if you've not had it done before. They want to show you what they can do. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Plus free second opinions on any replacement of big ticket items. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Hey, I love these two words when they go together. Discount Bath. And discountbath.com. God, I can't even believe they got that URL, that website. How cool is that? Discountbath.com. And they believe in discounts. Yes, they make less profit, but they do your bathroom with the same quality as the best. So if you want a hall room bath, a master bath, maybe a new bath in the basement where it's roughed in, take some video. Talk your way through it. Say, hey, I want to do this. I want to do that. Send it to them at discountbath.com, and you can get a price without them ever coming to your home. Of course, if you want to call them, they love to talk Discount Baths. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I had that will misplaced. Now I got another one. So John's still on, right? Because I'm going to go to him. Good. Good. Okay, let me go to that. I forgot. Now I got to order. Okay, so tell me what it is again.
Jack's spicy chicken.
Okay. Jack's spicy chicken. Jack's chicken. Spicy. And then the drink is unsweetened iced tea. Try now. I put that in there. Search chicken. You just go to chicken and see what they come up with. Chicken spicy. Okay, Jack's chicken spicy. With cheese? With cheese?
Without cheese.
Okay.
Almost creepy.
Okay, I think I can do that here. Take the cheese off, right? What's that? Okay. And then the drink is. They're not showing iced tea. Minute Maid lemonade, Diet Coke, Dasani water, Simply Orange, Sprite. Let me see. Yeah, they're not showing on this. Okay, Dasani. Okay. And then
Lemon drop martinis.
do you want extra mayo or no mayo?
Extra mayo.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can. Okay. Lettuce, tomato. Okay, good. Everything else. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, you can take cheese off if you want. Do you want to take it off or on? Okay, good. All right. Okay, good. That looks like a good. All right. There we go. And then I get the shittiest tacos in the world. They are literally.
If you put this much effort into the show,
is ordering.
Hey, you. Are you listening to every word I'm saying?
Shut up. Oh my God! Cheese on or cheese off?
You creep.
That was something I missed. Shut up. That's something I missed in Karate Kid. Cheese on, cheese off. Why don't you cheese off?
Let's go to this card.
Hang on.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Can you guess what I'm doing when I'm off the air here? No, you can't. Anyway, by the way, Tom, I think you gave some wrong information to that woman who said, or was it a woman or a guy? The restitution, ordered to pay restitution. She was ordered to pay restitution for an accident in a parking lot. And he said she can ask for a restitution hearing. And the only reason that the amount was assessed is because the other party was asking for it. If she signs a promissory note, she's admitting and agreeing to it, but she can ask for a hearing on that to determine restitution. Now, let's go back to John Clay's partnerinlending.com, which is CMG Mortgage, talking about reverse loans. John, you talked about different kinds of reverse loans. At one time, all reverse loans came from government guarantees. Is that right?
Yeah, so they did. They used to be called the Heckam ones and backed by FHA, but they're all federally guaranteed. And since in the last few years, they've come out with proprietary products which still have the same protections as all the government loans. It's just, you got the private lenders, private equity type groups putting it together.
So how do they differ?
So
give me an idea of how they differ.
Okay, so for example, there's quite a few states, and Colorado is one of them, not all states, that they'll allow reverse mortgages down to age 55. Now, obviously you're going to have some equity, probably won't work quite, as well there, but you can do it down to age 55 in Colorado. Now, the Heckam FHA, you still have to be 62. And then another great product they've come out with is what they call a Home Safe Second, which is for people, and that goes down to age 55 also. But if you have, if you got a $500,000 house and you only have like a $50,000 mortgage at 2%, you don't want to get rid of that rate. Well, they can actually, now you can do a second mortgage, reverse mortgage second, that could pay off all your credit card debts and all that debts. And that'll go up to about 45, 50% loan to value on something like that. But,
wow.
So those are some of the products. The other products is both people don't have to be 62 anymore. You do work off a younger borrower's age as far as doing the calculations for the money out. But so, yeah, there's a lot of openings as far as that goes, as far as the age limit.
In this couple, let's say one of them's 86, one of them's 82. They get the reverse loan. Do you get it in both names so the other one doesn't have to be displaced?
Yeah, well, no matter what, if they're living in the house, they have to be. You have to put that up there, and yes, you still can't take a spouse off. So you can take her. She can be what they call a non-eligible.
So if you're an older guy, if you're an older guy and you're living with a younger woman, you can't get a reverse loan if she does not qualify.
Well, right, but she most likely, they qualify at a pretty young age, but I mean 30 none, but then they're going to limit to what you have. But, if you're 75 and you have a spouse that's 45 and you got $1 million house, yeah, they're going to still give you a reverse and she's going to still be protected because it's going to be based off of her age.
Okay,
the monies that they
but it
give.
would severely limit the amount of money you can get because of the younger spouse. So when the older, so let me get this straight. If an older spouse and a younger spouse, they get a loan and they have the loan and the older spouse dies, the younger spouse can still live there and still continue.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And that's a big change they made. Yeah. Yeah. And they won't if you're married, they won't let you only do the loan under your name.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's a big no-no. They can't do that.
What about living, nowadays people are really creative. What about living in the same household? Does that count?
What we do about that is if they're not married, we do a calculation on how many people live in that household, and then you have to have some residual income to qualify for that. So the more people, typically reverses, you don't have to show a lot of income. Social Security will work. But if you have a cousin or an aunt and sister, they do a calculation on how much residual income you have to have. So you couldn't do a no income.
What about grandparents? What about grandparents that might have a minor or might have a young dependent?
They can't protect that dependent as far as the long as they can live on that. But it just really, what it does is it takes into effect of how much they'd have to show in residual income every month.
Okay.
But
normally,
though, then when the parents passed away, they would give that person basically a year to either refinance or sell the house.
Okay. All right. Now, on a normal circumstance, though, with a reverse loan, if they want to leave or they want to sell, it's like any other sale. It's like any other moving. You pay off the loan.
Correct. Yeah, just like a regular mortgage. You got, what your balance due, and then you keep all the equity in it.
And if for some reason, the house went down in value, then you can just walk away. Is that right?
It's non-recourse, which is nice. It's non-recourse, so the heirs, whoever they left the house to, can always walk away. And now they also always offer the house at a 95% value of what is owed if they want to buy it. Buy it out. Because they don't want your house.
That's really good.
They want to do whatever they can not to have the house.
Okay, real quick here. I had a text while we were talking. How would buying a home with a reverse loan work? How does that work?
It would be very, very similar to the age, but say you're reverse and say you qualify for, say you're at their age about 84. Well, at their age, you're going to have to put down about 45% of the purchase price, and then you can get a loan for the additional 55%. And then works just like a reverse. You never have a mortgage payment. So if you're 65 and you want to do this with a reverse mortgage, you'd have to probably put down 60% of the value of the house. So, if you had $100,000, you have, and then you get a loan for the for the 40%.
Well, thank you very
It's
much.
all very popular
I
with
really
people that
appreciate
made
this,
a lot of
John.
equity.
And his partner in lending.
Okay, Tom, I'll talk to you guys.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Partnerinlending.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
All right.
This report is sponsored by
Honest way.
Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're still in good shape on the highways. We've had a few slow spots. We had some police activity southbound 225 at Alameda. It seems to be gone now. There was a big backup, but it's starting to move a little bit better. 270 still slow west up to Vasquez. I-70 to the east side, we've had some slowing along with Pena. The I-25 south into downtown, a little sluggish, although we're good in and out of the tech center. Do have some construction again out of the Wheat Ridge area affecting Wadsworth between 38th and I-70. It's road widening. It's been underway for over a year. But with lane restrictions, we're still seeing a tie-up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
You know, people are going to solar to freeze their electric bill because electric rates are going up. People are going to solar to get tax credits as well. And people are going to solar with commercial operations in order to get the government grants available. If you qualify, 100% of the entire system is covered, and you can still collect from tenants, so you can actually make positive cash flow. To find out about all these programs, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they're the people, man. They get involved not just in the sale, but in the installation and in the servicing. Red Rocks Roof and Solar can also help you with the REAP grant I just talked about. 303-704-2449. Call them, 704-2449, redrocksrs.com. Sheridan Auto Tech. That's the name of the shop we have on our expert list, and Uncle Kevin is the guy we go to. If you need an expert for your car, for maintenance, repairs, electrical issues, or checking out used cars, go to SheridanAutotech.com. The people we've dealt with for years and years, and you should too, on Colfax west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242. American Financing is available for a smart equity loan to consolidate that high interest debt. You know, we've been talking a lot about high interest debt, and I've partnered with them in order to bring you the smart equity loan. Just a bank statement can qualify you in some cases. I want you to contact American Financing and tell them you want to get out of that high interest debt. You will have a structured loan that'll immediately improve your credit, save you hundreds of dollars a month, and have your way on to financial freedom. 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000.
Very kind.
Hey, Tom, what do you want me to do with Andrea?
Andrea. Hold on here. She is the McDonald's. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Is she on still?
What about that guy that called yesterday?
Well, there's nothing we can do.
Georgia. Or none North
Okay.
Carolina.
I mean,
you were talking about her earlier.
I know. I just gave some information about her requesting a hearing, but I didn't know. But she's not on the line, so let's just leave it.
You're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Either Bo or Dee was going to just call down to the dealership. Bleecker. That's what it was. Bleecker Ford, Bleecker Automotive.
Yeah. They gave it to Bo, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, Chopper.
Yes, sir.
I haven't ignored you about the Vestera thing. I'm going to let you know as soon as another one comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no
I just figured you were busy.
No obligation. We've been looking around for the 4th.
Yeah, just tell me when you're ready.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I have a lucrative position that I could offer you with a trendy Aragua apartment building.
Tom Martino, Troubleshooter Show?
No?
No.
I like that
All right.
idea.
Low maintenance. The tenants never complain.
No, and I can get them to collect my rent.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's in pesos and rice dinners.
You are a racist son of a bitch.
Well, where are they from?
Where am I? You know, I miss my YouTubies. I don't get on and communicate with them enough anymore. I have neglected you guys. I have neglected my morons. I got to get back on it. All right.
What kind of laundry detergent do our YouTube fans use? Oxymoron.
Oh my gosh. Jesus. Bada boom.
That was kind of cute. Uh-huh. Ooh, we're coming back.
Listening on the free iHeart
We got
Radio
two
app
issues
today.
with garage doors. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This is odd. We have two problems back-to-back with garage doors. Let's go to Kent first. Kent, talk to me about your garage door issue. What's going on with you?
I take care of a house for my brother-in-law in Fort Collins. He lives in Tucson. I requested a price to replace the garage door, which was damaged by a tenant, and called Front Range Rainer and requested it. They shot me back a price.
Did you need to replace the whole door?
I get no, just 2 or 3 panels. But at some point, if it's 3 panels or more, they just say, it's better to just replace the whole door. But they thought 2 panels would probably do it. But I ended up getting a bill for $166.41 for adjustments that they made while they were there. Lubrication, they adjusted springs and stuff like that, which I did not request.
Okay, let me ask you a couple questions. This is very interesting. What did you request? What brought them out to your home?
I needed a price to replace or repair the garage door.
And did you do this online or by the phone?
By phone.
And I think what happened was, and I know a lot of places have this, including One Clear Choice Garage Doors, which I love. They're my go-to company. But they have, I don't think One Clear Choice Doors goes out to a home to check out doors free. I think they have an inspection fee, and included in that is adjustments and lubrication and all of that. Now, if you want a new door, maybe they go out and look. I don't know. I really don't know this, but I think what happened is you probably called and they put you down for their basic maintenance. That's probably what happened. But do they have, normally they record these calls. Did you call them and say, look, I never requested this service?
Yes, I've contacted them twice, and they said that I requested service.
Okay. Do they have the call to prove it?
Why would I? No, they do not record the calls, she said.
Huh. Well, you're right. Why would you call, if you're thinking about replacing it, why would you call for a service?
Exactly. That's what I asked her, and she had no
By the way,
response.
let me ask you something. How is the door operating now that they did that?
The door has always been fine. I mean,
And the damage to the front, the damage to the door was just cosmetic. It was just,
so you don't notice
scratches.
it. You don't notice the door operating any better now than before.
No.
You know, I wouldn't pay it. If I didn't request a service, I wouldn't pay it. I would make them prove that I asked for it. The problem is it's going to get a little messy, don't you think, Mark? I think that they're going to do a lien or something. It could get messy.
It's possible. What was the name of the company?
Rainer, I believe he said, right?
Front Range Rainer, yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's give them a call, and let's see if we can get their comment on this. One of the deputies there, Deputy Dollar, let's give him a call. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stay tuned for problems, questions, and complaints.
Yay.
Okay, so it's on its way. Shut up. Shut up. You're just jealous.
That company and a phone number?
Most of the time.
There's something else to say.
Because we're having fun.
What'd you get, those greasy tacos?
I know it. They're so greasy, they soak through the bag. I like that. You can tell they're from Jack in the Box because the bag has greasy spots on it.
What'd Dan get?
Chicken something.
Rainer? Like R-A-I-N-E-R?
Nothing better than a wet taco.
It's Taco
All
Tuesday.
right, hang on for me. Are we just giving Kent $2?
Yeah, just to make a call right now if he could. My Dasher is texting me love notes.
He had to go get his notebook.
What is it, like licking your taco now?
Okay, your mic's on in case they talk to you.
Okay.
I meant bringing your taco.
Is Shannon here the whole time? Oh yeah, I did hear that. You going to do the intro? Are you doing the intro? Dollar.
All right, Kent, we're going to go ahead and escalate this to one of our deputies. His name is Scott. He's going to be contacting you at the number that you gave me. So probably it's going to be after the show when we wrap up at 2 o'clock. But he'll go ahead and try to get you some recourse, okay? 970-223-9555 is the number that you gave me for Raymore. What is your number? All right. If we're able to get them on, we will call you back. Okay? Uh-huh. No problem. Thank you. Bye.
Driving you what? I don't.
You look like the EV type. I want to get one in my next car. Mark's got two. So how do you like that picture?
Oh. Is that Mark too?
Yeah.
We both had a lot more hair.
Yeah.
That's got to be like 90. Fuck. 6?
Jeez, I don't know. Oh, I got one. I got one that'll blow their mind. Look at that one.
Are you texting these out or showing them on YouTube?
Oh, no, I didn't show them on YouTube. Maybe I should.
Did they
But
get their food ordered? Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
there's Mark and me. Look.
Oh, wow.
That was way back in the day. Where was that, Mark? Mountain Peak or what?
Yeah, that was the Cyber Cafe.
That was when I met you, Mark. Me and Jay Marvin.
Yeah, and Boyles would come over there all the time, too.
Yep.
Jay Marvin, is he still around?
Oh, how I love Jay Marvin.
Nope, died.
He did die?
Yep.
Once a year we discuss this same topic. Is he dead or is he not?
That's okay. Hey, listen, what I hate is that Facebook keeps sending out wish so-and-so a happy birthday, and they've been dead for years.
Yeah.
Hey, Meta, if you know so much about us, would you please give us a heads up? So then I got to go back and edit it. Heavenly birthday. Shut up.
Shannon, wasn't Jay sickly when he was on the air?
Was he what?
He was mental.
I thought Jay Marvin was
Bipolar?
not healthy.
No, he wasn't in his brain.
I can't hear you too well.
He was never healthy.
He was real heavy and he wasn't healthy.
Yeah, lots of problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manic, depressive, bipolar.
You know,
Took a shopping bag full of pills every day.
Steve's going to have a tough time getting in right now. I mean, he can wait if he wants, but it's going to be a while.
That's obviously not your DoorDash driver.
My DoorDash driver.
Yeah, Kelly, tell Steve it's not a good day.
Not right now.
Kelly,
We can call him back. Tell him we can call him back in a lull.
It's getting warm out there.
Thank you, Kelly.
It is?
Hey, Steve, it's really not a good time right now. The guys want to call you back later.
When we get a lull, just tell him we got full lines.
Well, you pick up and tell them. Quit microman. Stand by.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. This is the show where we discuss everyday aches and pains, the things that tick you off, the things that make you tick. Dan McKenzie, our guest today, he does estate law, estate planning, and all of that. And I do have some text for him. That's McKenzie Law. Dan, as long as you're here, let me ask you this one right up front. Tom, you mentioned one time sometimes people can form LLCs in a family that can accomplish much the same as a trust. Again, I don't want to give out wrong information, and I know one time we talked about this, Dan, that an LLC is an entity.
Yeah.
It's a corporation, for lack of a better word. It's an entity. And if your family had assets in this entity, like maybe homes or cars or things or artwork, that LLC would in fact not dissolve. If I died and my kids were part of that LLC, wouldn't they just take it over?
I mean, they could. It would become part of your estate. It depends on whether you have an operating agreement and whether you said what happened.
Oh, it doesn't
if the
stay
member
outside
died.
of the estate.
No, it's one of your assets.
Okay.
Like any other asset,
But
you
it would,
can
but
have
it
an
would,
operating agreement.
but we wouldn't have to transfer anything, because if it was an LLC and we all owned it, it could be seamless, right?
If you all owned it or had some other agreement in place about what happens when a member passes away.
And of course, a trust is more controlling. A trust would be more specific, right?
Right. I mean, a trust, the benefit of there is that you've got a trustee in charge of things and making decisions according to your instructions. An LLC is good for situations like a family vacation home, for example, where it's like, maybe we don't want one person in charge. Maybe we want kind of a committee of people managing this thing.
Okay.
So LLCs kind of give you a way to potentially provide instructions about how do we buy someone out if they don't want the vacation home, or how do we decide who
It's
gets
more
to
like
use
a business.
It is more like a business, and sometimes that can be helpful.
And
Sometimes not.
speaking of a business, if I have a business like we do, we have a business,
Yep.
I can make that business, in other words, I can bring in my son or daughter into that business, and they could be a manager and take it over.
Sure. Yeah.
Or any business. So there are more ways than trusts to pass on business entities and properties.
Correct.
And okay, so anyway, that's just a taste of what we were talking about, because think of an LLC as an entity just like a trust is an entity. They survive your death and they move forward. And so are trusts part of the estate, or are they outside the estate?
I mean, trusts are, that's an interesting question. I mean, yes, it's, the assets you're passing along, but the thing is the trust does not die, right? I mean, a trust is like a company in that it does not die, so it doesn't go through probate. Right?
Okay. All right. Cool. That's a great that's a great option. Okay, let's go back to the phones now. Philip's got an issue with an extended warranty. Hi, Philip. I'm Tom Martino. What's going on, Philip?
Hey, Tom. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I bought a 2012 Ford F-150 from Corwin Honda. I'm actually up in the San Luis Valley where I live.
Okay.
And when I bought the truck, I put an extended warranty on it. It was $4,088. I put the gas.
Wow, that's a lot of money. You spent $4,000 for the spent $4,000 for the extended warranty?
Right. Yeah. Well, I had stars in my, it was dumb. And so, what it comes down to is I brought the truck home, had issues with the emission error coming up. They ended up putting a catalytic converter on it for me for free. I had it from December 26th to February 6th. I got up one morning and I heard a rattle in the engine. A buddy of mine's a mechanic. He said more than likely that's a timing chain. And so when I looked up the warranty, it didn't cover it. It didn't cover a lot of it. So I told my wife, we're kind of stuck. We're upside down on this now. If we trade it in, we just got to eat it.
Let me ask you something. When did you buy this truck?
I bought it on December 26th.
And what did you pay for it?
I traded it back in. I paid $17.
Okay. Keep going.
It was immaculate.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an immaculate truck. But I bought it on the 26th of December. I traded it in on February 6th. At that time, they were supposed to cancel the warranty. And then the money, I got it financed through Ent. The money would go back to Ent. Ent paid off, Honda, American Honda Finance, for the new truck I leased, paid off the truck I bought, the Ford. So at that point, the warranties, I signed a paper to have the warranties canceled, and that money would go back to $650 plus the $4,088 would go back to Ent. Ent set up a savings account for me. That money was to come back to me because it was financed part of the truck. So I waited, and then I called in, that was February. I called in March, April, May. We actually drove down there. I think it was in March. It took us a couple hours to get there, a couple hours back. My wife has fibromyalgia, and, you know, it was a hardship. Went down there, signed the papers.
Yeah, but
So
listen, you're leaving a lot out I need to know about. This is way complicated, okay? First and foremost, on the extended warranty, why were you expecting a refund, a prorated refund? Why did you even think you would get one?
Okay, hold on here, Tom. This is, it says here, how refunds are calculated. If this contract is canceled within 60 days from the contract purchase date, and the claim is not, I'm sorry, let me get my glasses.
Here, Philip, I just want to ask you a question. So you bought it December 26th, and you traded it in February. So you're saying you had it less than 60 days.
Right. Right.
And you're telling me that contract reads that. Get your glasses and read the part that tells you get a refund.
Okay. It says we will refund the entire contract purchase price. After 60 days, if you have not incurred a claim, we will refund the amount of the contract price according to the pro rata method reflecting the greater days in force or the miles driven based on the term of plan selected and the date of coverage begins. A cancellation of $50 will be charged for all prorated cancellations made by the contract holder or lien holder. No cancellation fee shall apply if this contract is canceled by us.
So bottom line, hold on, Philip. So you do get some kind of refund. Are they refusing to give it to you?
Well, what happened is they never canceled it. It ended up that I got a hold of the company, and on the 16th of April, they were unaware that I had traded this truck in for another truck, so I faxed them 7 pages showing that I purchased that truck within the 60 days. So they told me that to contact Corwin Honda and see about a refund.
Who was supposed to? Wait. Who was supposed to give you the refund according to the contract? Was it the warranty company or was it Honda?
Well, they send it back to Ent. You know, they would send that refund back to Ent, the finance company, the people that had the lien holder. That's who they had on file.
Is Ent your financing company, ENT?
Yes, they were for this truck.
Okay, got it. So what does Ent say about your refund?
They said that since they paid off the truck, that this money, the gap money, came back to me. It got canceled, and I got the $650. The extended warranty, the $4,088, they give you the runaround on. So I called up Corwin Honda, spoke with the financial person, and he said, I can't believe, they haven't done anything. And then I told him, well, I called the bank, and they told me that...
Somebody owes you this money. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you have a refund of some kind coming. And are they just totally ignoring you, or are they bouncing you back and forth?
Well, Corwin Honda's ignored me.
Well, I'm not sure they're the ones that owe you the money. That's the dealer. I would do a small claims court against the dealer and against the warranty company, both. I mean, why do they think they can keep the money?
Right. That's my point. Because if they paid out the gap when I canceled it, what's the difference between that and this extended warranty?
Well, there is a difference. I'll tell you what the difference is. You have a different contract, so the contract terms will apply. But you're reading to me in the contract that you are due a refund. And when you tell that to them, what do they say? What does I'm not talking about Ent, and I'm not talking about the dealer. I'm talking about the warranty company. Have you ever called the actual warranty company?
About 4 times. And that's the one that I sent all the documents to get this canceled.
What is the name of the actual warranty company?
Let me get on here. Where's my...
Listen, the point is that's who you need to contact. That's who you need to sue for a refund. Here's what I want to do for you. Put them on hold. Philip, I can't wait for you to be reading and finding stuff on the air. What I want to do is to put Deputy Dollar, if you can make a call over to this warranty company and find out why they didn't issue a refund when one is due, get a copy of the refund from Philip, and then find the part that says he gets a refund, and let's call over there and see. I mean, this seems to be a pretty simple problem, and I'm not sure why why he's having such a tough time. But he can't seem to get his refund. So, Deputy Dollar, why don't you just take a stab at it and see where the hell it is? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Carol, she is calling about a garage door company. And Carol, have you called us before? This was marked as a follow-up.
Yes.
When did you call?
I called a week ago.
A week ago. Got it. Is this Denver Choice garage door replaced a broken spring, and according to another company, they installed the spring that was too strong?
Correct.
Where does it stand right now?
Yeah. Well, you told me to call One Clear Choice, which I did.
Right.
And they are wonderful.
Yes.
They sent out a technician today for free to look at the spring, and his words are, came out today for a free door and opener assessment. Customer had 2 other companies out before us. First company put the incorrect springs on the door. Second company informed the customer the spring was incorrect and told her that it damaged the motor.
Oh, my goodness. So One Clear Choice Doors confirmed that One Clear Choice Garage Doors confirmed that basically it's the wrong spring. And do they believe it ruined the motor as well?
That, I'm not... The motor itself is like 10 years old, so it's old enough to have wear anyway.
Okay,
I'm not going to contest.
So what
that,
do you want? Let's just ask you this: what do you want right now? What do you want?
I would like the first company to reimburse me for the cost of the spring, which is $413.
Because they put the wrong one on there. What happened? What happened to the one? Yes. What happened to that one they put on there? The wrong one. Where is it?
It's still there. It's still on there right now.
And you want it? You want it replaced with the right one?
Correct. Because
I don't blame you.
And the One Clear Choice guy said this today, it doesn't balance because the spring is too heavy.
Okay.
And so
well, they know more than I do.
That's
good that you. That's good that you had them come out. We need to assign this to someone. I totally agree. Kachina, who can we assign this to? I know I assigned a few just recently. I want to make sure it's evened out. Because listen, guys, when you call this company, just tell them that One Clear Choice Doors. I mean, this is a clear-cut case of the wrong spring being put on there, and they owe her a refund.
It's a different company now, though. Don't forget that.
Wait, what do you mean, Mark?
We could definitely, we could put Chopper on it.
Yeah, what do you mean,
She had that
Mark?
work done when the ownership was different.
Oh, wait a minute. Was this a new company? Carol, did the ownership of the company change?
No, the company that did the work was called Neighborhood Garage Door Service. Denver's Choice Garage Door Company has the same phone number.
It doesn't
matter. And when I called her...
Phone number doesn't matter. That doesn't make them liable. What was the name of the company in December? We don't know if it's the same company. Let's find out. We'll have Chopper find out. What was the name of the company in December of 2022?
Neighborhood Garage Door Service.
And then what's the name of the company now?
Denver's Choice Garage Doors.
Okay, gotcha. Why do you think? Why do you think?
And the same phone number.
Okay, but that doesn't mean they're the same company. I mean, they might be, but that doesn't automatically mean they're the same company.
When I called the gal to try to get them to come out and look at the door to see if the spring was wrong, I said, "Did you change names?" And she said, "Well, we buy other companies, and we just have lots of different names for our company."
Okay. Carol, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to have Deputy Chopper give a call over there because he was assigned this the first time. But oh, no, he wasn't. He's assigned it now. But here's what I want to tell you. And Mark brought this out. Mark, it's a good catch. I had not heard that. When you did business in 2022 with Neighborhood Garage Door Service, it is very possible that the new company took over. And when they did, it's possible they're not the same company. They just took over that company. And most of the time, when one company acquires another, they do not acquire the problems. They just buy the assets. And if that's the case, even though it looks and smells and appears to be the same company, it may not be. That's the problem we're going to run into. It might be that you're stuck. Okay. But we'll find out. Here's what happens. You have Neighborhood Garage Door Service, and they're fat and happy doing their business. And all of a sudden, the other company comes along and says, "Hey, we're going to buy you." And they buy the company, but they buy the trucks, they buy the inventory, they buy the assets, but they don't inherit the old businesses or the warranties. And they can, and it happens all the time where one company takes over another, and then the people who dealt with the first company sometimes are screwed when it comes to warranty work. Now, we can have Deputy Chopper call over there and say, you put the wrong spring on in December of 2022, and they want to be credited. And then these guys might tell us, well, that company's no longer around. So whatever it is, we're going to have to deal with it. It's. Do I owe you a 15, by the way?
Yes.
Shannon, okay. I got to take this break. Chopper, make a call and do it during the show and see what they tell us.
I will.
All right, we got more coming right up.
No problem.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Baseball fans, step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. BetMGM Game Center remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 or older. Colorado only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I hope you never need a criminal defense attorney. Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara, he's there to help you when you need it. If you are in trouble, if you're charged with a crime of any kind or a horrific traffic offense or speeding or a DUI, call Joe Lazzara. He does flat rate pricing. First, he'll give you free initial consultations and answer all of your questions. And then if you decide to hire him, it's on a flat rate. Lazzara, Lazzara, Lazzaralegal.com, or find him at referralist.com, 303-429-6200. Sheridan Auto Tech is there for you when you need them. Man, you can get your car towed there. You can drive by for a free assessment. They do a free look of cars that come by, or you can get a used car checkout. Whatever it is, Sheridan Auto Tech can handle it. Whether it's light or heavy maintenance or repairs, or you just need a used car checked out. Check him out at SheridanAutotech.com, Colfax, west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242. That's 455-7242. You know, AmericanFinancing.net is offering the Smart Equity Loan for those who got themselves in high interest debt. That's credit card debt. A lot of people got behind the eight ball and they got that credit card debt built up. Now you got to pay it off. Use a much lower interest on a home equity loan and get out of debt faster, improve your credit immediately, and save hundreds of dollars a month. Find out about the Smart Equity Loan with AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000.
Thank you.
These people are screwed, man. I wonder where's my DoorDash?
Just because Chopper is helping him out.
I think it might be there.
Did you not get my text?
Want me to go around?
The front door. Yeah, you can put it on the counter and I'll come up. How much time do I have?
Enough time to get your food. 3 minutes.
All right.
Cement guy.
But you're gonna be.
Just send me a text on that. I gotta go to the resident. Okay.
You're taking that because I thought I gave that to Dollar.
No,
The garage door?
No, the cement.
Oh yeah, that one too.
Dollar got 2 in a row, but I got the first and the fourth row.
Okay, I'll text it to you right now.
Kelly's been watching tennis.
No, Silver.
You doing what?
Silver.
Video games?
No.
See a man about a horse. You know what that's all about?
I do.
Yes, sir. So, count sheep. As you would say.
Yeah.
What, concrete? Remember the Bobs?
Yeah, I do. Bob came on. You know what?
The stream about Bob.
I sent the info to him. Okay, I really don't care. Whatever. Whoever wants it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chef. This is so nice.
And a feeling you want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? See CapitalOne.com for details.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Elf Beauty. NWSL Coach of the Month honor for the month of May went to first-year San Diego Wave head coach Yogi Akbal. His Wave went undefeated in May and at one point reached as high as second in the league standings. San Diego had the league leading 13 different goal scorers with more than half of the regular season still left to play. For more women's sports stories, be sure to subscribe to Big Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcast. Elf Beauty believes their success is due in
That is the best. That grease is the best.
That grease is the best.
Are you talking about Dimitri? I think it'd be pronounced Greek.
Are you having tacos again?
Yep.
He's Russian.
Greasy ones.
Oh, okay.
Greasy ones.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. On a note, when you talk about businesses changing hands, it gets very confusing. But I would say that I have never, ever found a business that took over prior obligations. They usually take over the name, the phone number, the logos, the assets, the inventory, even new contracts going forward. But very seldom do they honor existing warranties. The only time that happens is if it requires a franchise change or an exclusive distributorship change. Let's give an idea. You deal in XYZ products, and XYZ products or ABC products are very proud of their heritage of good service and good products and good warranties. So ABC or XYZ, the brand, is what you distribute and work with, and you want to sell your business. It may be that ABC product requires the new owner to assume the obligations in order to keep that product line. Now, the new business owner can say, well, I want to buy you, but I don't want to buy the problems, and then they lose that distributorship. So in some rare cases, manufacturers of products may require new owners to honor warranties if they want to keep the product line. So that can happen from time to time. But I don't think in this case she's going to find the responsible party. I have a feeling they're long gone. They might be in the same building with the same number, even some of the same employees, but I think it's a new business and she's going to be out of luck. Sierra, what's going on with you, Sierra? How can we help you?
Well, thank you for taking my call.
Yes.
One of my very close, longest running friends, I've known for 25 years, had a trial yesterday for a pretty serious charge that he did not commit.
Now, wait. Was he convicted or was he charged? Was he convicted or charged?
He was convicted. He was found guilty by a jury.
My gosh. Now, how do you know he didn't commit the crime?
Well, for one, there's video evidence. For two,
why did a jury find him guilty? Why did a jury find him guilty?
Because the way that the police, first of all, the police didn't offer the video evidence to the attorney for far too long, and it was kind of I believe that they have a vendetta against my friend because of a past situation that happened where the police shot him. Sorry, it's kind of a serious situation, and it kind of makes me want to cry. But
Sierra,
they claim that
Sierra, let me ask you some basic questions first. Was your friend what's your friend's first name?
Kyle.
Was Kyle represented by an attorney?
He was. The attorney that he originally had quit, though, halfway through because they didn't have a mass amount of money up front. They were willing to make payments, his family, but he wanted it all up front, and they couldn't afford it, so they had to get a new attorney. I don't personally know much about.
And what charge was he found guilty of?
Originally, it was first-degree murder, and then it turned into aggravated armed robberies and several other different auto
well, what
thefts
exactly
and stuff like that.
right now? What exactly is the conviction right now? Is it first-degree murder?
It's both. It's first-degree murder and second-degree murder, which I don't understand how you can get both on one person. It's aggravated armed robbery, 4 counts when he didn't steal anything and he didn't hurt anybody.
Well, there's a murder involved here. What do you mean he didn't hurt anybody? Where'd the murder come from?
There was a person that he had in his car with him that he was taking to buy a pack of cigarettes at this gas station. And that person saw a running vehicle and decided to jump in it and try and steal it for some reason. And Kyle had no idea any of this was going on. He was supposed to be meeting his mom back at home in 5 minutes to get his laundry that she was bringing to his house. And this other guy got into the vacant car that was running and tried to steal it. And then it turned into a struggle between him and the manager of the gas station inside of the car. And so by the time Kyle realized, okay, what my friend's taking forever to get back out here, and there's something going on in that car, he ran up to see what was going on. And then about the time that he ran up, he was he left. He took off because he said he saw.
Sierra, I really want to help you out here, but I don't think I'm tracking what you're laying down here. Do you really believe everything you're just telling me? I mean, he happened to run up to the guy. No, he happened to be there. He happened to do that. Well, then he should have been found innocent. What would video evidence show? What video evidence what would it show if you saw the video? What would it show?
It showed that he ran away from the vehicle before the victim was shot and before the victim had a reaction of being shot by the person who was inside of the car. Like, the person who was inside of the car was found with the murder weapon. My friend Kyle was not. He did not have the murder weapon or a weapon of any matching sort.
Well, why didn't his attorney, let me ask you this, why didn't his defense attorney bring all this up?
They did.
Then, but
can we see this video?
But the jury didn't believe it, right? The jury said your friend was guilty.
Well, the jury was heard talking about it out in the lobby, and they were saying it's obvious he's innocent. I mean, there's no bullet hole in the back of this man's shirt, the victim's shirt, when Kyle would have been behind him. And if he would have ran up to the car like that and shot him, it would have been through his back. Well, every layer of clothing had a hole in it besides the back of his sweatshirt.
Did the other guy get convicted too? The other guy Kyle was with, did he get convicted?
Yes, but he took a deal right off the bat and pled down to a lesser charge because he knew he was guilty and he knew that he wasn't going to beat it in trial. Kyle took it to trial due to his innocence, and they did him like that. He was done a disservice.
Did your attorney say there were any grounds for an appeal?
I believe that she's already submitted an appeal. However, he's already done 3 years of his life on this that he didn't do.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So when was he convicted, Sierra? When was he convicted?
Yesterday.
And what do you mean he already did 3 years?
Yesterday.
He's been in jail for 3 years on this?
He's been in Weld County Jail for 3 years on this very charge. And the day before trial started, they added a bunch of new charges to it, just hoping to get any one of them to stick. So that's why he has multiple murder charges when only one person died 10 days after he was shot by another individual.
Oh man, do you really believe?
The victim himself stated.
Sierra, what do you hope to? Do you think you're going to get this guy a new trial? Because you're not.
Well, even if it's not a new trial, I would like to expose the fact that the victim himself gave a statement to the police officers that said, I know who Kyle is. He comes into my store every day. He's not the one who shot me. The description that was given by the victim himself was the opposite of what my friend Kyle looks like.
Where did the murder come in?
Well, during the struggle between this other kid that was with him and the manager of the gas station, during that struggle, that kid was losing the battle, basically, and he pulled out a gun that witnesses claimed they saw, and it matched the one he was caught with, the other guy. And then he shot this man in the stomach, and it came out his back, but it didn't go through the back, back of his sweatshirt, basically. Like, the forensic pathologist was like, this is impossible.
Did anyone accuse Kyle of actually shooting anyone?
Yes, he just got charged for it yesterday.
Okay,
and
but
he didn't do it. Like, he didn't even have...
All right. Listen, Sierra, I swear to you, you are really, really fighting an uphill battle here. I don't know what you hope to accomplish because you had a jury. It wasn't even like a judge. You had a judge, you had a jury, you had a defense attorney, and you're saying everybody was against him. But his own attorney, did she file for an appeal or not?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so maybe this is where you bring the new arguments, but my God, I feel bad for you because you're advocating for your friend, but you weren't there, and all of these witnesses are implicating Kyle. I mean, if there were witnesses that said no,
they're not. The witnesses, no. The witnesses stated that he did not do it. The victim himself.
Okay, if the witnesses
said,
you're telling me the witnesses were on the stand and said he did not do it, and they convicted him anyway.
The guy who did do it was not allowed to testify because he would not.
No, I'm talking about the victims. I'm talking about the victims. They said Kyle did. They said Kyle did not do it. Is that right? They said Kyle did not do it.
Correct. To the police.
Now tell me why. Why would a jury listen to victims say Kyle is not the one who did it? Why would they go and vote him guilty?
Because they would not allow the jury to know this information because the victim died, so he was not a credible witness. Like the police failed to let the jury know this.
Sierra, how old are you? I'm just curious. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. Listen, how old is Kyle?
31.
How long do you think he's going to be in jail? What do you think the sentence is?
They sentenced him to life without parole plus 48.
Oh my God. Do you understand, Sierra? Look, I understand you're making a last-ditch effort to get the word out, but I swear to you, this is far beyond your capability right now. You need to find an attorney to take the case. I don't know what else to tell you, dear. I'm sorry for your loss, but you weren't there. And listen, everyone's innocent. I know I got to take a break. Let me just take this break. Everyone is innocent, by the way. That's the way it is. And the jury didn't buy it. We have more coming up.
Thanks, man.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
Do you ever notice how they
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
For our calm drive throughout the Denver Metro as we start off the afternoon commute, I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. You might see some stop and go through the downtown area. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. We're heading north of town. US 85 northbound at West Bromley Lane. Road work in the right lane. A stop and go back from 144th.
I only heard her side, and I think he's guilty.
About 20 minutes of delays there. Back to the center of town and heading to DIA I-70 east and westbound flowing free. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
Excel Roofing as an excellent EXCEL. Excel Roofing is the best run company I know. They don't take a cent until you're content. When it comes to roofing, no one else does that. In fact, there are no penalty clauses in their contracts if you change your mind. They know they have to earn your business every day, and they have more than 35,000 customers to prove that they make people happy. Whether it's an insurance claim or self-pay, you need Excel Roofing. Free estimates and, of course, roof repairs as well. And gutter cleaning. Call excelroofing.com. Right now, they're doing free 5-year roof certifications when you mention Martino. That's right. If you're buying or selling or refinancing, they're doing free roof certifications. That's a $500 value. 303-761-6400. theartofgranite.com. Those are the people you call when you want countertops of any stone material or man-made material and you want prices on the phone. Tear out and haul away is always free. And they also charge you wholesale on all countertop materials. So you will save money, and they're giving prices on the phone to prove it. 303-386-5919. How much time do I have?
Thank you. None, basically.
Okay.
You got to break again now.
Okay. No, I mean coming back. When do I come back?
What difference does it make? You have to go to break again right now.
Shannon, what I was asking is when do I come back so I can go to the fucking break? That's what I'm asking. Am I coming back right now? I don't hear the music.
You have 3.5 minutes till you have to break right now.
Should we just go right into it right now? Seriously, should we?
Let's see, when are we coming back? No, not too bad. We're coming back at 50, so you'll have 1 minute.
All right.
Thank you. 3 minutes. You go poopy now. I'm going to put a big clock on a T-cell countdown. Fuck.
Listen, the call on 2 is going to be disastrous.
Well, we don't have time for it.
Oh, we do. Just not in this hour.
We essentially have 2 minutes, not back-to-back.
Oh my God. all good.
From Diego to the hood.
I can't believe Air TV dude called back.
Oh man, well yeah, keep trying. Was it?
Give him Adam's number.
Yeah, she already did. Was it that great a product?
No.
Oh.
I
One of the
have
best.
8 of them if you want one.
No, thank you.
They're stacked up in my garage.
For some reason, I have a couple of sling boxes too.
Oh, those
That's old. I got one of those too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why, because you used to be able to watch DirecTV or Dish Network anywhere in the world with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sling boxes were quote unquote kind of cool until they always broke down.
Well, up until they came out with like Hulu Live and that kind of shit.
Yeah.
They're like Shannon, a thing of the past.
Yeah, but somehow still plugged in and working, and you have to pay for.
How was that greasy taco, Tom?
It's so
That wasn't
greasy.
grease.
It's coming through the box and the bag.
Don't say coming through the box.
How was the chicken thing?
Oh, that was good. That's normal food.
From Jack in the Box.
Mine is disgusting.
God, you love it, though,
You've
don't you?
inspired me. I'm going to go hit an Arby's after the show.
No, I'm serious, man.
Too far away.
This crap is bad.
Colorado Springs.
I'm sure Dan would agree with you. It's bad.
Well, Dan had normal stuff. He had a chicken sandwich.
Had a separate bag.
Yeah, he had a separate bag even, because the fat comes through and drips on. When they left it on the doorstep, it left a spot on my concrete.
That wasn't the food.
It'll stain concrete, but not your gut.
The driver left a stain.
I'll tell you, you never know what they do to that.
You've gotten them on
food.
video before, haven't you, Mark? Oh, here we go.
Oh my God.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. You know, again, people, we come across this all the time about people disagreeing with convictions, and they hear one side of the story. Sierra, we can't help you here. We let you get your word out. I don't know really what to say. You're fighting a losing battle. We're talking about a jury. We're talking about witnesses. We're talking about a conviction here. And you're very upset, and I understand you're advocating for your friend. Don, what is your comment on garage doors? Go ahead, Don. We were talking about garage doors and the wrong spring. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know there's a couple of things that with springs. Just looking at a spring, whether it's adjusted heavy or light, that is on the turn of the spring. That doesn't necessarily mean that the spring is wrong. Because you can over tighten the spring or you can under tighten the spring.
Okay.
Depending if you okay.
You got to take this break, Don. Hold on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This
Awesome, thank you.
Rapid Radios.
Far calm drive throughout the Denver Metro as we start off the afternoon commute.
Do I have the well, who do I have here?
Highway speed.
Fix It, K&H, and Red Roof. Robin. Yeah.
Wait.
Red Robin.
North.
Fix It?
Yep.
Who?
K&H
Okay.
and Red Rocks.
Red Rocks. Got it.
Thank you.
Westbound flowing.
I didn't have a chance to write them down.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected has never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
I want you to get the clean and check from Fix It 24/7. That's the extreme clean check and tune of your AC before the real heat comes, because you will be crying for a top efficient AC, and you don't get it when you have dirt and grime. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Just $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now. And if you're told you need a new AC, get free second opinions from Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com. Book now. K&H Home Solutions has everything you need for the outside of your house. They have soffits and fascia and siding and gutters, and they have windows and doors. K&H has what you're looking for, and they have painting pros as well. This is a company that's been around for 65 years, a company you can trust. I've known all of the owners, including the current ones. KHWindows.com, a proud heritage, great products, beautiful products, energy-efficient products. 303-421-7100. Red Rocks, roof and solar. Red Rocks for your solar needs. If you're looking to get a solar system, look no further than Red Rocks. They don't just do the sales, they do the installation and the service. They can service systems, even the ones they don't sell. That's how professional they are. And they can help you with commercial systems. If you're looking at a commercial system for your business, you can get it paid for 100% with a REAP grant if you qualify. They would love to talk to you. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449.
Thank you. That was awesome. I take back 2 of the things I said about you.
Garage doors, the spring itself, I wonder if he's saying the spring itself is not heavy or light. It's the way you adjust it. That's
I think he's wrong on that, Tom. They have different grades of springs.
I would
I've
say
had
they
several
do too.
replaced.
But he said by looking at it, you can't tell. I don't know.
I think that was the name of a Tom Jones album, by the way, The Lead and How to Swing It.
No, you're funny.
I'm not being funny. And I saw him in the MGM years ago. Oh, so good.
That's how they know. Okay,
In certain springs, they
Do you know who I saw one time years and years and years ago that turned out to be good?
8,000.
I think they're called what were they called? Three Dog Night?
My garage doors
Yeah.
are about. They're tiny.
Little Australian rock band.
No.
Right? Australian, yeah.
My door doesn't weigh.
And another great concert was
wasn't that-
Led Zeppelin.
Hey, why are we on break again? Didn't we just have a break?
Oh,
Don't
shut
start.
up.
Swear to God,
Go through that in a month. You know, it's always
we can send people to your place,
give the
Mark.
garage door.
Yeah, you're not isolated.
We'll send Chopper.
Hey, you know, I saw the
We'll
other day,
feed him
Mark,
really
in a
gassy
parking
food.
lot. And I talked to the guy. He had a Model Y. That's a nice little car, too.
Oh, the new ones. They that was the first one to have the refresh. They're pretty cool.
To have the
Cheap,
what?
too. I mean, you know, for everything you get.
The refresh? What?
They refreshed it. In other words, it looks different.
Oh, yeah. Model Y is really nice.
Tesla calls it a refresh.
They're really nice-looking cars.
Those robo-taxis kicked off, I think, in Austin. They're roaming around. I think they go live, like, next week. That's so cool.
No shit.
Yeah, that'll be a good test market, too.
And truly no people.
I think they're those Ys.
No people.
No, no people, man. They just drive around.
Those Wagos are real good in riots.
Those Wagos suck. Wagos can't go on the highway.
Oh. But you can still get weird in the back seat, right? Or are they watching?
I would assume they're watching.
All right.
What happened in the riots? Were they fucked up? I didn't see that.
I think they were just passing through and got stopped and slowly burned.
5 of them got burnt.
They were burnt?
Yeah.
Wow.
To which an ABC, was it ABC Local? Reporter said, these are people just having fun watching cars burn. Oh, God.
Yeah. They did.
Uphill battle with the media.
Nice. I would assume they're like Tesla. They probably have 1 million cameras.
Yeah. Yeah, they've actually upgraded the security, the Sentry mode since the fires.
I saw that on our update thing. It says what the updates are. It was something with that.
You know what it needs to do to confirm a suspect? It needs to collect DNA on the spot. Don't ask me how.
That'd be cool.
Awesome. Poke. Son of a bitch! It poked me, man.
Awesome. Doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Abraham, what's going on with you, Abraham? What's happening?
Should be there.
Abraham.
Yeah, hold on real quick. I'm going to go get him real quick.
He's got to order food.
What the hell is he doing? Abe, we only have a few minutes here. I can hold you over for the news, but I got backed up with breaks. What's going on? Give us an idea.
Oh, this is the news?
Bro.
They only have a certain amount of time to film the news right now.
Abe.
Abraham, just hold on. We'll come back to you after this break.
Just talk to Abe and tell him to put down the pipe for a minute, and let's just talk.
It looks like his dog got shot.
I know. I want to talk to him about it, but I can't seem to get anything out of him except, what is this? Is this the news? What are we talking about? What is this? I'm going to come back to you, okay? We also have Dan McKenzie, coplans.co. Dan McKenzie with McKenzie Law. We'll talk about, I'll get to your text questions coming up after this, too. So stick around on the Troubleshooter Show. You never know what's going to happen here. 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO.
Awesome.
Sorry to keep running on you like this, but I don't believe in. I don't want to have food on this.
Put down the taco, sir.
Oh, shit.
God, now I'm getting text pictures. Somebody just sent me this.
Why?
They're just trying to get you to engage, you know? So that then they can try to talk you into cryptocurrency investment scams.
I am gonna go call this Carol in case I can make it quick. You know, that place don't exist.
You know, if it comes by text, it's legit.
I'll be in our break.
Oh, no.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, high-speed chase on the highway, wrong way driver smashes head first into several cars. They just showed it on Fox.
What happened?
Wrong way police chase, driver smashes head first into several cars.
I love when they
Fox.
go to those live things.
Oh, my gosh.
Remember the first original one?
I remember the one.
OJ?
OJ, yep.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there and watched that live in a showroom of one of my Goodyears a million years ago.
It's kind of cool that we all remember, because I was at that old Chicago up on Colorado and Mississippi. Because we were
it's
watching,
like,
we were watching the Final Four. Not
the old
Final
schoolers
Four.
would always say, I
NBA.
remember where I was when JFK got shot.
Well,
Not
it was-
anymore, man. It's all OJ.
It was NBA Finals, and I remember that they moved Kobe or whoever it was at the time. God, it could have been Michael Jordan. It was probably Jordan. They moved him down to the to an inset in the screen and went full screen on OJ. That was
Yep. They
great.
took over everything.
Yep.
Remember Howard Stern's guy called in?
Baba Booey. How does this
I
affect?
see OJ. OJ's right over there.
God, just God.
Then I think Al Michaels came out and told the other guy, hey, that was code Baba Booey. That's it's a prank.
Great.
Like they couldn't tell it was a prank. That's the part that was mind-blowing.
They don't know.
Did you see the video of the guy with the Mexican flag driving like the moped around the burning car?
Yep.
That's just classic. It's like, what are you doing, man? And that guy throwing bricks at those cars, man, that was crazy.
Bricks and huge boulders.
It was crazy.
And the scooter.
I think they got a bounty out on that guy.
Good.
Well, I double dog dare you to wave our flag in any other country and talk about death to that country and how long do you last. We are so nice here, it kills me.
I want to throw you in an American flag shirt and a mega hat and send you down there to report for us live in L.A.
Oh, okay.
I got some Trump shoes you can borrow.
I don't want to mess up.
I don't want you to get anything on them, though.
I don't want any hippie blood on the Trump shoes. See the Australian journalist, the hot TV chick taking a rubber bullet in the ass?
I did, by the way.
What happened?
Oh, she got shot in the butt with a rubber bullet, and it was awesome.
Who got shot, though? Who, what, just a protester?
No, an Australian TV reporter.
Who shot her?
One of the cops.
It was awesome.
You can see him lining up behind her. He's a little ways behind her, and he's lining up, pow, right in the...
You know how much a Rockies ticket is now?
You know who's got a what?
You know, you can get a Rockies ticket for like $6, man.
Okay.
Well...
That's just insane.
But who wants to go see them?
Infield. Like right behind home plate.
My tacos have upped my grease.
$34.
Have they already left your body?
Not
They
yet.
just go straight
They're
through.
working on it.
Do you put hot sauce or anything on them?
Those are my pre-chemo snacks.
Do you put hot sauce or anything?
Yep.
Of course.
Well, besides, Tom, your construction project recently cut down on several lanes of traffic, didn't it? So food can fly right through you.
That's true.
Not slowed up by all
I
all
like
those
this
silly
Model
organs
Y.
that other people have.
All right, Abraham, we're
Do they
coming
make
right
a
to you,
Y in a
okay, after
plaid?
this break. So be ready, okay?
No.
It's a nice-looking little car.
1 minute.
Are they coming out with a new truck
I think
that
it'd
looks
be
like
too
a truck?
small for you, honestly.
Hey, man, is Tesla making a truck that looks like a truck? Have you seen
No.
the theory in that?
No.
Okay.
I wish Tesla would make a nice-looking sports car.
Like a Tacoma sort of looking thing.
They do. It's called the Roadster and the Model S.
Yeah, but the Roadster is going to be too expensive.
It's going to be redonkulous.
When is it going to be out?
What's it going to
I
be?
have no idea. There's
200
people
grand?
that have had a $50,000 deposit for, my God, 5 years on it. And they still don't know the MSRP or what they're paying.
The older ones look beautiful.
What are you eating that smells so good?
What? I'm not eating anything.
No, somehow Kelly has good smelling celery. That is weird.
That is weird.
Man, the Tesla Roadster, the concept pictures, man, they're beautiful. The Roadster?
Yeah, those are all.
Going in outer space.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. We are kicking butt here, trying to solve your problems, answer questions, take complaints. Abraham wants to talk about something that sounds pretty sad, a dog being shot by police. Abraham, what's going on with you?
I'm in my house right now, and I was getting some papers, and a detective came through my door, through my gate while it was locked, and he shot my dog 4 times.
What? Why was he coming to your house?
Did he have a warrant?
He was serving my wife some papers. No warrant, no nothing. Just some papers to serve my wife.
Now, what was he
And I have a
serving?
gate
What was
that's
he
locked
serving
on
your
the-
wife,
on the-
Abe? What was he serving? Was this a
We
sheriff's
didn't get
deputy?
that far, brother. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. He was I don't know. He just had a badge on him, but we didn't get that far because he shot the dog.
It was probably exactly
Obviously,
that
there's no
time he
jail.
was just getting served, or she was.
Yeah, but
Yes. And there was no right. He should have knocked on the side of my house. He should never have came to that front gate. That's why I have a lock on it.
do you have a sign up?
Do you have, out of curiosity, do you have like a Ring doorbell? Did anything capture all this?
No. He went to the front door and he opened the screen door. And when he opened the screen door, the dog took off after him.
Oh.
He should never have went through that gate.
And when the
brother. He should knock
dog
on the side of the
went
house, and that's
after
why
him,
it's locked.
what kind of dog is it?
He's a mastiff, a mix. He's a rescue.
So, was this a sheriff's
He's a massive
deputy or a
mix.
Abe, I need to know, was this a sheriff's deputy, do you know?
He's a detective.
What was he delivering
He's
to your
just in regular street clothes with a badge.
What was he delivering to your wife?
We didn't get that far. Obviously, it's no jail stuff. I think it was probably like child support stuff.
Okay.
It has to be a sheriff serving him.
And he pulled out a
It
gun.
ain't no jail stuff because he ain't going to jail or nothing like that.
Now, when
He pulled out the gun and shot him 4 times.
Okay, when he shot the dog, did you talk to the guy after that?
I went off on him.
And what did he say to you?
Nothing. He didn't say nothing. He got back in his truck and locked his door.
Did you call the cops?
Everybody's here. The cops are here. Everybody's here. They did a crime scene, everything. Everybody's here.
Okay.
Are they there right now?
Yes.
Okay, what are they saying
Cops
happened?
are here right now. There's like 4 detectives.
I mean,
he came to serve. He went to that front door, that front gate, and the dog came out and he shot the dog. That's what
I
happened.
get it, Tom. Basically, the guy came. He's got a gate in the front yard. The guy came through the gate. He goes to his door. The dog runs out through the front door like it was going to attack the guy, and the guy shot it. I mean, that's what happened.
4 times. And while there's kids in the house, I got 5 kids in that house. The neighbors have kids. My other neighbors have kids. He wasn't even thinking where 4 of those shots were going to go.
So the dog came, when you opened the screen door, did you want the dog to go out and bark at him?
We were in the house. He opened that screen door. My front door was open. He opened the screen door and said hello. And the dog came out and ran after him. When he said hello, the dog heard him and came running from the room. He opened the screen door. I did it.
That's
Did you
crazy.
tell-
Wait,
opened the
man.
screen door.
That's wrong. Did you tell the police that he opened your screen door?
Yes, I told them, and they don't want to agree with me because they know he's in the wrong. They're just staring at me like I'm stupid. I know they know he's in the wrong, and they don't want to admit it. They know he's in the wrong. I tell them, you guys know he's in the wrong, and they just stay there staring at me because they don't want to admit it because that's one of their own. They're not gonna go against their brother.
Was this Denver?
I bet he was opening the screen door to throw the papers in.
Probably. But he should never have went. My front gate is locked, and that's why we have that lock on there. They told us keep a lock on that front gate so the dog stays behind that fence, and we did as we were asked. And he went to that front gate. He should knock on the side of that house. He should never have went on that porch and opened that gate and went to that door, knowing what. There's no explaining that at all.
Hey, Abe, may I ask, what would your dog have done if he didn't have a gun? Would your dog have attacked him?
Well, he's a family, probably because he's in my house. He's damn near was in my house. So he's protecting the house. It's not like he was outside of my gate. He was on my porch.
No, I get it.
In front of my door.
No, I get exactly what you're saying. This is terrible. Now, what police agency showed up to investigate?
4 times, man. He got these maced. What's that?
What police agency showed up to investigate?
Say it again?
What police agency
I don't know.
showed
We
up?
didn't get that far, brother.
What do you mean you don't know? Is
Hey,
it Denver
excuse me,
police
what
or is it
police
Jeff
agency-
Coe?
what
Who
police
is
agency
it?
Is he? Is he dead? I'm asking. I'm in Lafayette. What agency is he? The
He's
one that's
not
the
in
dog?
Oh, wait, no, he isn't.
He's ATF. He's ATF.
ATF.
Wow.
What are you talking?
Wow.
So,
Wait a minute. The person that came to your door to serve you is ATF?
yes, that's who it was. So they're saying that they said they want to talk to my wife because I think one of her firearms got stolen. That's what it's about now.
Okay.
And she's legal to have them.
Did your wife report her
So they came
firearm
to talk to her about
stolen?
a firearm that. No, because I don't think we had the serial numbers when it got stolen from the car.
How do you? Okay.
How did they trace it back to you guys?
Because one time they had if it's the same one, they had it at King Supers one time, and they seen it, and they probably has the same one. It has to be that only one that
So
was
an
on it one time at
ATF
King
agent-
Supers, and
It was
that's
an
the one that-
ATF agent that came onto your property to
Yeah.
serve your wife some
Yes.
papers.
Yes.
Okay, what are the papers they wanted to serve her?
We didn't get that far, sir.
Okay.
They're thrown all over.
This is weird.
Hey, I got a question. Wait a second. You mentioned that you were
I know
doing what
as
you
much
were
as you guys
supposed
right
to
now.
do.
What's
Well, hold
that,
on.
Abe?
You mentioned
What's that?
you were doing what you were supposed to do, keeping the dog in the gate. What happened prior?
He went to that gate, and we were asked to keep the dog in the gate in the yard, and that's what we did. And he should have never went to that gate.
but
He should
who-
knock on the side of that house.
No,
What
you're
Mark is
missing
asking-
me.
He came out.
Who told you to? Who told you? You said you were doing what you were supposed to.
Our manager. And even my manager, and we're on private property too.
Was there an issue before where the dog got out or something like that?
No. He just said we had him on a leash before, and he said just keep him in the yard.
And that's your
There
landlord?
was never no issues. There was never nothing on him. Yes.
Okay. So, Mark, the landlord told him to keep the dog confined. The dog was confined.
Yeah, I get it.
This ATF agent came onto his property.
In the house.
Well, according to him, opened up his door.
He walked up on your porch and
My wife
opened
seen
your
him open
screen
the
door.
Right?
He walked up onto your porch and opened the screen
front
door.
My wife opened the screen door. And the front door, my wife says. He opened both doors, the screen door and the front door. He opened both doors of my house.
What paperwork were they serving? If it wasn't to do with child support and it's an ATF person, I mean, is it a warrant to search the property?
No, not at all. Nothing like that. No, because he came by himself. Thank you, brother. Thank you. No, so it was nothing like that because he was by himself. They didn't come suited up or like that. He was by himself. So obviously it wasn't nothing that serious.
Jeez, it's so weird.
But your wife
they did not come
your wife
squatted up. They
has
did
no
not come with
idea.
No search warrant.
Your wife has. Who's there now? The ATF agent is being investigated. Who's investigating it? Is it Adams County? I don't know if that's Adams County.
Lafayette is Boulder County.
Boulder.
We're in Lafayette.
Okay.
Lafayette.
So is
Yeah,
Boulder
Boulder
Sheriff?
County.
Is Boulder Sheriff Department there?
No, it's just Lafayette and Lafayette's detective.
Does Lafayette have a police
Lafayette
department?
detective came and investigated it all.
Did they?
They have a little department, and yeah, they do.
Did they interview you?
Yeah, they talked to. They talked to They interviewed my neighbors, everybody. Even the neighbors seen him go up on the porch and go to that gate.
That's wrong, man. Did anyone get it on tape?
He said never. No, no. There's nothing on tape at all.
Are they still on your property?
Just came,
Are they still on your property right now?
yes, they just burnt. Yes. Humane Society just picked my dog up and took him.
They took the dead dog?
Yes, Humane Society just took him.
Man, this is weird, Mark. What do you do with something like this?
It's horrible. I would hope
Hey,
the investigation
Chopper.
pans out, but I
Chopper,
tend
can you
to
call
agree
Lafayette
with them
to see
that
if we can get a statement?
they're covering for him.
Chopper.
Say again, Tom?
Can you call Lafayette Police Department to see if they can give a statement of any kind?
Sure.
You know, this is
I wonder
public.
if
It's
someone's
public.
there from Lafayette right now. I wonder if we could get them on.
But let's
They're
find out.
not going to go against their own. Want
We're
to
not
talk to one of
telling
them?
anybody to
You
go
wanna talk to
against
one of them?
anybody. We just want to know what's going on.
We would love to talk to one of them.
Yeah.
Let me see. Here, hold on.
But
Hey, give me 1 second.
hold on. Don't do
Hey,
it until
sir.
we take this break.
Wanna talk to him?
Wait, just wait 1 second. I want to do it after this break. I got to take this break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do a market valuation of your home to tell you what it will sell for. Call him. Ask him, what will my house sell for? It's free. It's complimentary. He will give it to you in order for you to have knowledge without any obligation. 303-920-1622.
Yep.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
You know, if you are looking for exterior work on your home, roofing, gutters, fascia, siding, windows, decks, painting, and more, Genesis Total Exteriors can do it all. They also do basements, kitchens, and baths. Genesis Total Exteriors and interiors, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. These are people we've known and trusted for 30 years, and you can too. Genesis, the name says it all. From beginning to end, they will babysit your project like their own. 303-679-8509. 679-8509. American Financing is partnering with me to get you out of high interest debt with the Smart Equity Loan. What is that? Well, if you have credit card debt, they take a portion of your equity to pay off that credit card debt, and then you get some breathing room. You lower your payments substantially. In fact, you can save hundreds of dollars a month, and you immediately improve your credit with your debt ratio. So call American Financing and find out about the Smart Equity Loan. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS.
Thank you.
Tom?
Yes.
I was handling the garage door, so I didn't hear anything about the dog, but I'll be more than glad to see if
I
they
just
got
want to see if they have a
PIO.
statement. Here's what he said. An ATF agent went onto his property, walked up on the porch. First of all, it was a latched gate. He opened the gate. He walked in, walked up on the porch, opened the front door and the screen door. The dog came lunging at him, and he killed the dog.
Yeah, we probably need to talk to someone at ATF.
No, you don't have to. Lafayette is the one investigating it.
Okay. And the other thing is, the garage door people, they've hung up on me twice.
Oh, really?
Lafayette.
Yeah, if you want to update on that.
That garage door, okay. The one that put in the wrong spring?
Yeah, the one that answers as Denver Choice.
Okay.
Remember, it's a completely different company now.
You're right. It is. That's right, Mark. You're right.
But they wouldn't allow anything more than me saying I'm with the Tom Martino show.
The gate was locked, man. We should call. I mean, what are they going to do about this? I mean, can you just walk onto somebody's property and shoot their fucking dog?
I don't know what he was serving, but I've seen that happen, that, they're scared for their life, their own life, even though they should have. It's hard to say, Tom. I can't answer that. But I'll call.
Yeah, Mascot is a big dog.
Yeah, that's a big dog.
I was briefly a process server in the 80s, and I used to cause a hell of a lot more trouble outside of a gate than I ever did inside.
I guess, was there a beware of dog sign? That doesn't, you know.
No, the officer's name was Doug. There was a beware of Doug sign. Old joke.
It's rough being in here.
Can be.
Well, there's nothing on the Lafayette Police Twitter page except for something about a closure on Dillon Road due to construction. They didn't tweet out about it.
Why would you tweet out about somebody shooting a dog and it's ATF? That would be feds.
They would say we're responding to shots fired in the whatever the hell neighborhood.
I don't think this guy has his story straight. Because
I doubt that any cop at the scene is going to just grab that guy's phone and talk.
This ought to be fun. We didn't check on him. We want to see how it's going. We want you to find out.
I want more tacos.
Oh, God.
Jack in the Box?
Addictive personality?
At least go to Fuzzy Tacos. Get something good.
Fuzzy Tacos.
You're making me hungry now. 2 days in a row.
Tacos, great.
It's gross.
You don't like them?
No.
I've never seen a hard taco
Kelly's
turn
kinda
soft
snooty.
from grease. They're supposed to be
You've
crispy.
never been to North.
Fix It 24/7 free second opinions. Don't forget, if you're told you need an AC or anything major like a water heater, they will come out to your home and do a free second opinion. FixMyHome.com. Book now for a free second opinion. Or $39 AC clean check and tune. $39 for new customers. That's 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Hey, listen, man, this case sounds really weird. Abraham, we don't, no matter what the ATF agent was there for, to come onto your property, walk up on the porch, open the front door, open the screen door, the dog comes lunging out and he shoots the dog. My God, it sounds surreal. And you say Lafayette police are looking into it. We have someone calling Lafayette police. Is there anything else you can add to this, Abraham?
He just had no right, man, to come to that gate, and he had no right to even go. He should knock on the side of the house. He never went to that gate and up to that front door knowing that gate was locked.
Now, when you say the gate was
No,
locked,
4 times.
what do you mean the gate was
It
locked?
has a latch on it for my son. I have a 3-year-old. I have
Latch.
a 3-year-old son that has a latch that a child can't even open.
Okay.
So it's latched where you got to pull
Got
it
it.
under and then pop it up.
Got it. So it was a latched gate. He came through the latched gate, walked up onto your porch, opened the front door that was completely closed.
Yep, screen door and the front door, my wife said. Yep.
And then your dog saw
Everything was closed, my wife said. He opened the screen door and the front door.
And when your dog saw the door open, he ran for it.
Yep. He said hello. He opened the door and said hello. And the dog heard that. And after the dog perked his ears and took off at the front door after him.
And the guy shot him.
4 times, man. 4 times.
Where were you at the time, Abraham?
I was in my back room.
And when you came out, what did you say? What the hell are you doing? I mean, did you know who he was? Did he identify himself?
I just seen my dog on the... No, he did. He backed up and he's like, back up, pointing the gun at me, telling me to back up, pointing the gun at me, telling me to back up. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I see my dog just on the floor dead, bleeding, shaking.
Shannon.
You got to grab it.
Everything's fine.
He didn't identify himself. He didn't do nothing. He just said, back up, back the fuck up, back
Okay,
the fuck up.
Shannon, help me out here. What am I doing? Got to take him off.
Just put him on hold.
If for those, I don't even know. I hope it didn't go out, but I mean, he's saying the F word too many times. Okay.
I think we got it all.
Listen, I'd like Chopper to find out from Lafayette what the hell's going on. I mean, for a guy to walk up and open the front door and then open the screen door and then shoot the dog because the dog came running at him, then this sounds weird to me. And what is the wife being served with from an ATF agent? That I don't understand any of it. Do you think this will hit the news at all? I mean, come on, people. We got to find out.
I would think so.
Chopper, Chopper, call up there now during the show and just tell him we got this bizarre
I'm doing
call.
it now, Tom.
Yeah, tell him we got this bizarre call saying that an ATF agent shot a dog after opening the front door. What was that agent doing opening a door? I didn't think they're supposed to do that. I mean, it wasn't a raid or anything. It wasn't like he had a warrant for a search. Okay, we have some questions for Dan. Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. We're talking about estate planning, part of the show today. Somebody has a trust and they want to know if they have a trust and they move stuff into the trust, do they lose the tax benefits of depreciating that asset? So in other words, they have a business, let's say, and the business owns equipment, and that equipment is put into the trust. Or do you put the whole business in the trust? What's the proper way of doing that?
I mean, I would think the equipment would be titled to the business, and then the business could be put in the trust.
Okay. So if the business is put in the trust, everything the business owns is in that trust?
Yeah.
So that's the easiest way to do it. So you don't take individual things and pluck them out from different entities and put them in a trust by themselves?
I mean, you would want to be really careful about that. If there's equipment, that sort of signals to me that you've got some liability around that. I mean, are we talking about like construction equipment? Like you want to have that in the business to get that protection.
Let's say a guy has a dirt moving business, okay? Let's say he has a backhoe. That backhoe is worth a lot of money and it's paid for. Would he put the whole backhoe business in there or just the backhoe itself?
I mean, you want to be pretty comprehensive. If we're talking about a revocable trust, let's put that up front.
Right.
If this is an irrevocable trust, it's got tax consequences that are more complicated. But let's assume it's a revocable trust. Yeah, you want to put as much in there as you possibly can, but you want to keep business-related assets under that business shield.
Okay, got it. And so use of the products, you can still use them. Like if you have artwork in your home and personal items, not in a business, can you put personal items in a trust?
Yeah, we just do a really simple assignment of personal property to our trust, just saying, I am assigning it all. I mean, there is not titling documents for like your
And
couch.
what would be the benefit of putting personal property in a trust?
It's just, as I mentioned earlier, that the thing that triggers probate is if you pass away and have $86,000 worth of anything. And so
so if it's in a trust, it's not you.
It's not you. And so assigning your personal property to the trust takes all of that out of that $86,000 equation.
So you can literally bypass probate by having everything in trusts.
You get to give up to $86,000 away without probate. If it's more than that, you got to figure out some other way to do it. And a trust is a pretty elegant way to do that.
Okay. And what are some of the reasons? We always hear people talk about avoiding probate.
Yeah.
Why is there such a fear of probate? When you hear, oh, no, you got to avoid probate, or I want to avoid probate, or they come to you, they may not even know why they're saying it.
Yeah.
And they say, Dan, we don't want to face probate. Probate's not that complicated, is it?
Honestly, yeah, that concern can be a little bit out of date. It used to be a really intense process that required a lot of court appearances and stuff like that. It really usually does not anymore. So I don't automatically tell everyone to avoid probate. There are circumstances where, yeah, you probably still don't want to do it, but it's a court case, it's public. There's some reasons not to want to do it.
Okay, because when you open a probate, you're saying this is Tom Martino's estate, and here's what we're doing with the stuff, and anyone can see it.
I mean, I don't know if anyone can see it, but a lot of people can see it because anybody involved in the estate, any heirs, anybody, any beneficiaries, they kind of have access to the whole thing, and any creditors too. So it's just a little bit more out there. People probably can get into it as well who are not interested, but it's a little bit harder for them to do.
Can someone claim to be a creditor just to get a look?
Anybody can file a creditor claim. And then it has to be dealt with. So that would be an interesting strategy. I haven't really seen people do that, but I'd have to think through that a little bit. It's possible.
Okay, but mainly probate is to disperse property. Is that the actual reason for probate?
Yeah. Get out there, account for the property, figure out what you got, make sure the bills are paid, the taxes are filed, and the right people get what they're entitled to receive.
And if you have a trust where everything moves through without going to probate, is there ever a death and a settlement of an estate without ever doing a probate?
Oh, all the time.
Really? Without ever seeing probate court?
Yep.
And that's done through trusts?
There's a few different ways to do it. One is to jointly title stuff. So as you can imagine,
Okay,
a
so
lot
then
of
it
people
automatically goes to the other
to
person.
survivor. Designated beneficiaries skip probate. You know, if you've got beneficiaries on your retirement accounts or life insurance, but you can put those on your house, your cars, your bank accounts, all kinds of stuff.
Can you file beneficiaries on everything, basically?
Pretty
Like
much,
even if it's not set up for a beneficiary, can you say the beneficiary of this account is so and so?
That is up to the institution where the account is located, but I would say yes for pretty much anything that is a title. There's probably a way to do a beneficiary on it.
And beneficiary is an automatic transfer at death.
Correct.
So bank accounts can be automatically transferred at death.
Yes.
And car titles, can they be automatically transferred? Yep. What, really? Is that what is that, like a beneficiary title?
Yeah, if you Google Colorado DMV beneficiary, you will see their form. It's real simple. They want to know the make, the model, the VIN, and who's getting it if you pass away.
Really? I didn't know. So if there's like a beneficiary's title for cars.
Yep.
Wow. Did you know that, Mark? I didn't know that you can actually do that with a car. 303-713-8255.
Yeah, I've heard Dan say that before.
Yeah. Okay. Abraham is back, and he's the one that had his dog shot. Abraham, are they still at your house investigating?
Yes. Everybody's here still. Just talking to the Lafayette cops now.
What did they say?
They're just saying they're sorry. They know my feeling. They're sorry, and that they're keeping it pretty much hush hush because they're not gonna, like I said, they're not gonna go against him. They're not gonna go against him.
Where is the guy? Where is the what is the ATF guy's name? Do you know?
What? Excuse me, sir. What's his name? The ATF. Can you ask him for these, please? Hey, supervisor. What's his name? For what purpose? I need it for myself.
I'll get it to you, but I'm not going to do it while you're on the public way.
You know what? These guys are being jerks. I mean, this guy has a right.
They're being real jerks, exactly.
God.
I have the right for their name. They don't want to get to me. That's wrong.
Hey, Tom.
It's for him.
Yeah.
It's wrong, bro. Just I'm asking for a name. A simple name, brother.
Don't get yourself... Hey, Abraham, don't get yourself crossways with him. What were you going to say?
I'm not going to do this while this is...
I have a supervisor from Lafayette going to be giving me a call, probably the guy he's talking to.
There you go.
All right.
See how they treated me?
All right.
There you go. That's
Hold
how I'm
on.
getting treated.
We'll take a quick break. Hang on. And then we have some updates right after this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Well, some good news for our downtown drivers. A crash on I-25 northbound after Alameda has just cleared up. We're still seeing some congestion back from University. Still about 5 minutes added to your commute if you're heading through the downtown area. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go in the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. For folks heading to DIA I-70 eastbound, some slow traffic just after Peoria to 225. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
Hey, we're just talking about the police at that guy's house and all of this kind of stuff. That brings to mind Joe Lazzara, a criminal defense attorney. Listen, if you ever find yourself in trouble or crossways with the law and you need help, call Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. Now, I hope our friend who had his dog shot is not going to need a criminal defense attorney, but if he was to need one, he could call Joe Lazzara and get free legal advice up front and talk about his case free of charge. If he hires Joe, it would be a flat rate depending on the charge. Lazzara, Lazzaralegal.com, or find him at referralist.com, 303-429-6200. If you're looking to become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles, and you want someone to tell you and teach you how to do it and hold your hand through the process, that's what Vestera Turnkey is all about. Vestera Turnkey was started by Barry Miller, an esteemed real estate broker who invented the buyer broker. What he is doing is helping people identify hot rental properties in great markets. He's helping them acquire the property as their agent, and he's helping them manage it through a management company, keeping it rented and then selling it. You follow the Vestera Turnkey method and you get awesome returns every year. He has stats to prove it. If you're interested in becoming a landlord and having someone hold your hand through the process, that's Vestera Turnkey. MyBiggestReturn.com. 303-888-3788.
Thank you.
This story sounds crazy.
If you're listening, Tom, I got a feeling the supervisor's at the scene, and I probably won't get to talk to him before the end of the show.
All right. All right.
Troy, Troy. Hold on.
God damn, we're getting all filled up.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's just a comment.
Right.
I can see
That's another
go to
funny
the
thing
door
about
now.
the delay at Tom's house.
I've been
Even
What about it?
Yeah, I would go to the door.
Oh, then it affects everything.
I know it
But
does.
I ain't going inside
It's
a
a pain
house.
in the ass.
Poor thing.
Not knowing what's on the
Yeah.
other side.
How do I cut that?
You get to
Is there a way to cut it down?
Comrex will cut it in half, maybe, but it's still going to be there.
Yeah. Comrex never did a great job. It did a lousy
No,
job.
yeah. So I'm done. I'm done with suggestions. There we go.
You know the problems we used to have with that Comrex.
Yep. No, there's problems with everything. You know, one of the ways to cut down on the delay is to come into the studio. Do you want to do that?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Then you have to lick your wet taco here.
I love my tacos.
I still don't know what.
I love you.
Jack in the Box is by Tom.
I thought I saw one on Mississippi or something, like in Aurora.
go ahead.
I just Googled it yesterday.
Is there one in like Iliff and Parker?
I don't have any idea where they are.
Jack in the Box.
I got those others.
Find the publications.
And yeah.
You know what it is, what it is.
Well, I didn't know if Tom and Mark are familiar with the
I'm
fact
kinda
that
shocked.
the delay unit is in two separate chunks of 10 seconds.
Right.
You know that part, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when he said the first one, I just reached over and hit dump. Then he said the second, got into the third, and I hit dump again and then put him on hold.
Bring up.
Because 20 seconds is an eternity to make that decision. Huh. In the context, should I let it go? Nah. Boink.
So they got 20
I
seconds to
honestly
make the
don't.
bill.
Don't you remember when I had Comrex, the problems we had?
Oh, yeah, no, I remember everything.
mean,
You're just saying what you asked what would cut down on the delay. The handshake between the Comrex units does cut that in half. I mean, so it's
Yeah, I
under
wonder
a
if there,
second.
is there a codec I can do on Lucy that's different?
I don't know if it doesn't.
Ooh, I don't know. That's another thing where you have to communicate with Comrex to see which one they'll work with from an outside unit. But I digress into here.
00 excelroofing.com.
We're on top of it.
I want to talk to Troy, who has a comment on this situation unfolding live on the air, where an ATF agent walked through a locked gate went up on a porch, opened a screen door and then a front door. The dog came lunging, and he shot the dog 4 times. Again, we're hearing this only from one perspective, the homeowner. We don't know if it's absolutely 100% as it happened. But Troy, what is your comment?
Hey, Tom. The most likely reason an ATF agent would come to your house would be if they're investigating a gun that was used in a crime. The way it works is the ATF will go to the manufacturer with the serial number. Then the manufacturer will tell the ATF which distributor that gun was sent to. Then they go to the distributor. The distributor says which dealer. Then the dealer looks in his A&D book and will tell the ATF who they sold that gun to.
Yeah,
so
because
he did mention database.
He did mention that one of his wife's guns were stolen.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, the ATF agent does have the right to defend themselves, against a vicious animal. I've been bitten by big dogs, and that is no fun at all.
Yeah, but Troy,
so
I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to defend himself, but what the hell is he doing walking up on the porch and opening the door?
Well, so to open the screen door and knock on the door is one thing, and if the main door was not latch closed, and he pushed it open and yelled hello, and then the dog comes at him, well, what's he supposed to do?
Well, he's not supposed to open the door and yell hello. That would be my guess.
Well, I mean, if it's not fully closed and latched, and he goes to knock on the door and then pushes it open, I mean, that's a good question for Chopper. When they come to a door that's not completely closed, is it protocol to, push it open and yell hello, or, because he's just doing an investigation. He's not there to, arrest anybody.
It's hard to say, man. Without being there, without knowing. And I mean, I know what you're saying when a dog's running at you. What do you do? And you have a gun on you. I don't know. I mean, I've never been in that position, so I can't say. I don't know. I do know, though, that this is not the first time dogs have been shot. And it happens a lot with law enforcement. They will take no crap from a dog, none. If they're on a property or investigating or doing anything, or and a dog threatens them, they'll shoot that dog without even thinking about it. So who knows? I mean, without being there. Richard, you have a question. Go ahead, Richard. What's going on?
Yes, good afternoon, Tom.
Hi.
I enjoy your show, and I also have been on your referrallist.com, and I also checked your transcripts of some of the important articles. I'm in need of a ride service, and I didn't see anything on referral.com about that you recommended a ride service.
Well, when you say a ride service, what do you mean a ride service?
Oh, I just need a transportation from where I live to about a little more than 5 miles from where I live.
Well, what about just plain old Uber or Lyft?
That's where I'm going to ask you. Is it safe to use Lyft or Uber? I mean, can you give all of us some helpful hints?
Okay,
about what to do.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Ride services are mostly safe, and I like them. I don't like Uber because every single time I've used Uber, my card has been hacked. I like Lyft. I do not use Uber. Now, listen, that was my experience. I have used Uber every single time. My card will be used the next day. Every single time.
Oh, wow.
That's never happened to me with Lyft ever. So I use Lyft.
So are you giving a... Okay, so you do recommend Lyft.
That's who I recommend. I mean, Mark, when you guys travel, do you use any ride shares?
I use both of them. I've never had any issue with my credit card with either, but I differ. I do not like Lyft. I use only if they're quite a bit cheaper. They seem to cancel more. They just seem to have more issues. The cars are a little more nasty.
Okay. Now you use them far more than I do, so that's possible. Like I said, I found good luck with Lyft, but either one of them truly, Richard, they're pretty reliable services. I mean, every now and then we hear about crazy stuff going on, but for the most part, I like them. I like ride services. And of course, you still have good old-fashioned taxis, although I don't know how taxis are making it these days. Honest to God, I don't know how they make it, because you can schedule Lyft, you can schedule Uber, you can have them there like clockwork. And I don't know do you know anyone that uses taxis still? I guess the benefit of a taxi is if they're down street and you're there, you can hail a cab. You can't hail a Lyft or Uber. I mean, that's probably the
I see them. They're all over at airports, so still lined up.
Taxis?
They'll do really well at airports.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got more coming right up.
Thank you.
Now.
Yeah, this last one's weirder because you got that earlier out time with the music, so I try to get you out,
Down.
Music. What is that show close that they put in there?
Cleared up. We're still seeing some congestion back from University. Still about 5 minutes added to your commute if you're heading through the downtown area. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go in the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. For folks heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound, some slow traffic just after Peoria to 225. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
K-Nation Home Solutions. They are the people that have beautiful, energy-efficient products that can beautify your home. They have a great siding that I think is a siding for life. And they also have painting pros now, so you can rely on them for painting. And Alpine high-performance windows, custom crafted and super insulating, thermal efficient, windows and doors. Now listen, they have a lightweight suspended film technology which helps your glass become even more energy efficient. They were established in 1956. I've known all of the owners, including the new one, and you can rely on khwindows.com.
Thank you.
Suffering from painful foot neuropathy from either diabetes or other nerve damage, I want you to check out Denver Regen. They have an incredible new stem cell that can go in, and listen to this, actually regenerates damaged nerves. So stem cell therapy is, in fact, the only therapy I know of that can actually, within a certain amount of time, restore 100% function in zero pain. That's probably the most important about it. And it's an easy 2-hour procedure, so you don't have the downtime. But if you're sick of the pain, you got to check these guys out. Dr. Joel's a great guy. I personally use them for a weight loss drug. But you can check out this new pain from neuropathy, this new stem cell treatment at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
That was awesome.
Maybe that's why he's doing it.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, maybe.
How do you guys do
He went
it?
and met with Dr.
Yeah.
Joel and kind of about this new service they're offering. And
Have you met with him? Or just on the phone?
no, there's another doctor he has in his practice that calls me. Like, I think a medical doctor.
Oh, is he a chiropractor?
No, I don't know what he is. He'll go, this is Dr. whatever his name is.
Dr. Jill?
Dr. who?
Jill?
Jill?
Jill. She ain't a doctor either. Biden's wife.
Oh, right. No, he's the one that, like, in fact, I picked some up on the way over this morning when I was feeling nauseated.
Yeah.
They gave me that. You told me what it was.
I remember it, but I don't remember
Right.
it. Yeah.
Well, I have some
I
of
did
that
tell you that, yeah.
in the car, and it works. It works
Yeah.
pretty well.
I hope Bo doesn't talk so long so I can get this in.
I have a feeling he'll use your thumb.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, I have a follow-up that'll only take about a minute and a half, and I know Bo's going to be all day.
What is Bo? I have Bo's. Hold on. Bo said Cheryl from the 30th. I got her, 81-year-old. Cheryl was calling for a friend.
I like the soft taco.
Me too. Soft, greasy.
Oh, you weren't having them crunchy, Tom?
Soft tacos.
They start out crunchy.
There's
but
one
the
at
grease
Lost
makes them soft.
Dose you would love, Tom.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like crunchy.
You'd like it more than the Jack in the Box.
Really?
Really? It's just like that, but it tastes better.
Which one?
Is it fuzzy?
Which tacos?
You're up. Oh, you're soft, Mike.
Oh, I don't like fuzzy.
Kelly doesn't like fuzzy tacos. Fuzzy's tacos.
Well, fuzzies are good.
She likes Torchy's tacos.
Yeah.
Maybe fuzzies don't like her.
I like the, what do you call them, the street tacos? The little ones with the
That's
corn?
an awful name for a prostitute.
Corn tacos?
Street taco.
Street taco.
Yeah, quiet day for Dan.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
4, but
You got a couple, I thought.
Yeah, he did.
that's pretty rough. I wouldn't want it.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Let's go to Bo, who has a follow-up. Bo?
Yes.
This 81-year-old woman,
follow-up
this 81-year-old woman, she had a leak in her apartment. They moved her into another apartment. She said she developed a roof leak in that apartment, and the management is doing nothing to help her. It sounds like this woman is having constant problems. What have you found out?
Yeah, Cheryl called in for her friend Peggy that lives at the Highline Loft Apartments at 456 Ironton. Yeah, she had flooding from the apartment above her. She had water in her light fixtures. So I kept calling Sandra Martinez, the local manager for RPM Living. She kept hanging up on me, had no comment. So we eventually got a hold of the general manager in Austin, Texas. His name's Cody Copel. He would not talk to me, but because of our relentless phone calls, they did get a hold of the tenant, and they're in the process of relocating her into a better apartment.
So this will be the
that's my
second
update.
time. This will be the second time she's relocated.
Second time. Yes. So I'm just going to follow up and make sure this second apartment is going to be dry and clean for her. But they are stepping up and helping her out.
Why did they say they wouldn't talk to you?
Because I said, as with the Tom Martino show, they don't like us.
Yeah, but I wonder why. We were just trying to help.
Right. I said they would just say no comment and hang up after 3 times, and then I was able to get a hold of the manager. Now, the regional manager, he would not call me back either, but he did get our message. So
Okay.
I'm going to follow up with Peggy next week, but they are moving along with finding her a second apartment.
Well, you deserve my dinger, that's for sure. That's a good... I haven't used that dinger in a few days, but here it goes. Yes. Thank you. And, you know, for all those people that won't speak to us, I don't understand why they won't talk to us. Now, Deputy Chopper, you say you have a follow-up. What's going on, Chopper?
This one's real quick. This Jenny worked at Carl's Jr. for about 2 weeks. She was owed $466. She couldn't get paid. I reached out to tell her how to get paid. She did get paid this last Friday, so she got her $466.
Good, good, good. And I want to remind you, Dan McKenzie, when he's not here, he's at coplans.co. You can reach him there. 833-267-5267. That's McKenzie Law. I'm Tom Martino. You can always call 303-MARTINO around the clock to get help. 303-MARTINO. See you guys.
Bye. Yeah, bye.
Bye. All right. Another show shot to hell.